actions, and everything deriving. Western civilization is at risk of collapsing under the weight of anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, and rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. If you care for the well-being of Westmen and their great civilization, read Go Free by Jason Kuna. Arm yourself with a psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against Westmen, and spread this knowledge to others. Become an advocate for white well-being. Support white positive persons and organizations. Let anti-white persons and organizations know that you disapprove of their words and actions. Call out anti-whiteism wherever you see it. Protect children from anti-white indoctrination. Do whatever else you feel is best, within legal means, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind. Thank you in advance.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me naked, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get
On this Easter, you know we're going to have our home again. Today's featured stories are Tucker Carlson and Adam Carolla show review. Is Tucker as anti-white as he appears to be? And maybe we'll get into is it a transgender attack on Riley Gaines and protecting females in sports? You probably have an idea what I might say about that. Go Free Lesson of the Day. We're going to jump into a bunch of your community comments from the glossary. Biospiritual incompatibility, the MP politically incorrect, and your comments, calls, questions, and then there's this. A climber fell off a cliff on Easter, and as he tumbled down, he caught hold of a small branch. Help! 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 Is there anybody up there? He shouted desperately. There was no response. He only heard the dying echoes of his voice. So he began to pray. Dear God, I know I haven't been a good Christian. I know I haven't always obeyed your commandments. I know that thing that I did with that woman you probably disapproved of. And I know that I defrauded that business partner and about a dozen other things. But if you can see past these errors and forgive me, I promise that I will be the most fervent, moral Christian alive. Please just give me one more chance. Amen. There was no response, and he was losing his grip. Help! Help! He frantically cried. Is there anyone up there? Just then, a majestic voice boomed through the gorge. I am here, and I will help you, my son. But first, you must have faith in me. Yes, yes, I have faith in you, Lord. I trust you. Please, just save me, cried the man. Let go of the branch, boomed the voice. There was a long pause, and the climber shouted back, Is there anybody else up there? And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. It's a glorious Sunday, Easter Sunday. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. Hey, if you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering on Easter Sunday, you may do so over at Entropy, which should be up and running. 15% cost to you, and those good people deserve it over there. You can also financially gift over on DLive and their cryptocurrency, or on Odyssey and their cryptocurrency, as well as cash on Odyssey. You may also financially gift on Cash App as well over the course of this gathering. The links are in the description below. If you have cryptocurrency that you would like to financially gift, which, by the way, you can also gift over on Cash App cryptocurrency. But if you would like to financially gift cryptocurrency over the course of this gathering or at any time whatsoever, you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. 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 You can head on over there. You click on the financial gift tab. You'll scroll down. You'll scroll down, not scrotum down. You'll scroll down. You'll see 5 wallets that we use, 5 of them, and you can financially gift to those, and then we will celebrate you next week once I see those financial gifts. God bless you. If you decide to do that, you will also see a snail mail address. A snail mail address. If you would like to send me wonderful things in the mail, I always love to open the mail bag, and we find the most glorious things. It is glorious on this Sunday. It's beautiful weather outside. We're looking in the mid-60s. Could be a little warmer, but the sun is nice and warm here in the once great state of Virginia outside of Mordor on the Potomac. The sky is blue. The puffy white clouds are out, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Easter. It is great to see every one of you. Fit and Healthy at Any Age is here. Klomp is here. Franklin is here. East Van Tony is here. Promethean Kitchen is here. Folks, it is Easter Sunday. Actually, that reminds me, a little bit earlier, I was listening to that, what's that song? If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I don't want to go. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I just as soon stay home. I was one of the chosen few to be born in Alabama. I'm just like Granddaddy's son. I'm proud of who I am. I went through a lot of good women. I shook old Jim Beam's hand. If I never see the pearly gates, I've walked through the promised land. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I don't want to go. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I just as soon stay home. If they ain't got a Grand Ole Opry like they do in Tennessee, then send me to hell or New York City. It'll be about the same to me. Woo! Hank Williams Jr. That's what I have to say on this Easter. If you're listening out there, good Lord, if you're listening, that's what I have to say to you. Hey, let's get into the action item of the day. You must grab my Twitter or grab Sloth's Twitter, and you will copy it if you're not on Twitter or if you are on Twitter, and then you will share the tweet about the great, the one, the only, the actual singer, the Eminent Rain, and his album debut. I've tweeted it, retweet it, Sloth's tweeted it, retweet it, follow Sloth's, follow me, do this on Twitter, do it right away. Copy it on the screen, put it out on Gab, put it out on Facebook, put it out on Minds, put it out on whatever else you want to put it out on that you are on, please. Not the most wanted, though, or maybe so. Make sure, because on the 30th at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time, the song number 9 and the full album of The Legend of Prometheus will be released. To make sure that you're getting excited about this, you're letting people know and participate in this great idea that Sloth's had to bring attention to Imminent Rain and all the wonderful, epic, so hard stuff that he's doing for white well-being, the Promethean rock, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you are a part of that. I want to see you there. Let's jump into some of these swashbuckling, and we don't have many to swash about today, but get out. I want to see some 95s in the chat. Let's see some 95s for the swashbucklers, and just for a glorious Easter Sunday gathering, 95, and that is the 9 words and the 5 key concepts, ladies and gentlemen. 07s to everybody in the swashbuckling. We're going to begin, of course, with mentioning again that we now have the second commercial on Gab is up and running now. There'll be 4 this week for the great Imminent Rain and the album release, The Legend of Prometheus, telling the story of Prometheus Rising, my book, Take Back Your Destiny. It's over on Gab. If you come across the second commercial now that's running on Gab for this wonderful hero and the work that he's done in service to white well-being, God, we love him. 07s, 007s, 95s, folks, break them out. 95s, Team WWB is in action today. 95s for the great Imminent Rain. If you come across that on Gab, that ad, please copy it on the screen and share it. Also, just like the tweet, across all of your social media. We're coming up second week of the month, chugging, launching, firing through the month, heading to this album debut. I want to see everybody find out about it. Hey, and if you get a screenshot of this, send it to me. I'm not able to see it. I make these advertisements on Gab. I pay for them on Gab, but something's wrong with them. I know the pictures I upload, so I know what they look like, but I don't have them finished to share to people, and I can't see my own ads. So if you come across the ad, please screen capture it, send it to yours truly. Let's keep the 95s, the 07s, the raucous emojis for Dandy Westman. I have seen killing it, loving it over there on Twitter. I've seen him out there. He's making things happen. Dandy Westman, we salute you for all your service to white well-being. And ladies and gentlemen, 07s, 007s, 007s, 95s, Team WWB for the one and only Franklin, who has truly been rocking it all over the state of Virginia, wallpapering the state of Virginia. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Where do we have the wonderful example of the great work that this champion is doing? Bam! Look at this, all over the state of Virginia. This hero is an unstoppable machine. He's a machine tougher than the Terminator, with more love than Romeo. He's out there in the world. He's plastering the state. God, it's glorious. Look at this. Good parts of town, bad parts of town, all parts of town. He's finding things everywhere. Into anti-whiteism. It's everywhere. Folks, celebrate Franklin for the hard work that he does and anybody he takes with him on those sometimes dangerous runs, even though we are celebrating nothing but love here in service to white well-being. A handful, 30 seconds this time, 30 seconds. Celebrate the swash, 30 seconds, and we'll be right back. So epic. I think Final Blossom made that. Of course, the music is by the great FourCornersG.F.C, and then all the lovely rocks and everything that's painted up, of course, is the one and only Elaine Sabatino. Glorious woman. And you know what I just remembered? I just remembered that it is the champ artificer that made the beautiful Black Eindelen for me. God bless you, sir. Look at how glorious that Eindelen. The Eindelen brings you good luck, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what you do. It's the key to the heart of the white race. God bless you, artificer. Let's get into Tucker Carlson. How does that sound? Let me hop on over here. I'll see who's here with me today. And, oh, you know what I wanted to mention, because I think I didn't mention it. I think I didn't mention it last time we were together. And that is because I think it came in late, I believe. And that is a financial gift from the one and only Heidi Van Buskirk. Her and Raymond, wonderful people. We love you, Heidi Van Buskirk. $15 financial gift over on Entropy. Thank you so much, dear sister. And she writes with those 15 white well-being dollars for white well-being. Hail to all our heroes. Amen. Of which she and Ray are absolutely heroes. God bless you, sister. And we also just had come in right behind Heidi's financial gift. It's the one and only, the great Yiz, the unifier, a true champion, an epic hero, you know, a big piece of swash that's coming up here. And we're going to remind you again in the regular announcements later in the gathering is the picnic, the Yiz, the unifier, the Yisraelite picnic. $5 financial gift, folk ties. She says here, weekly folk ties to remind everyone, my picnic is this coming Saturday. If you plan on coming, it's imperative you email, text, private message, etc. Let me know you're coming and get the exact directions. Happy Easter, everyone. Kip. And a little white heart emoji. Happy Easter indeed. And a big white heart to you, my sister, my champion sister. A one of the statues already in our pantheon is Yiz, the unifier. Make sure I'm going to be there, and it's going to be the most wonderful thing that ever happens on planet Earth. That's going to be this Saturday. It is somewhere in South Virginia, East Tennessee. You're going to have to get out to her as quickly as possible with that request. You'd like to be there. You'd like to come and celebrate with all of us champions, a truly different kind of gathering, these gatherings like we had down in Texas, our group here, like we had last year at this event. It was wonderful. There's a bonhomie. There is a great energy that's there. Make sure you're a part of that. It's different than everything you've experienced before when you've attended anything white sympathetic in the past, whether it's implicit or explicit. Thank you so much. The great Yiz, the unifier. Let's find this Tucker Carlson clip, and we're going to jump right into it. Tucker Carlson on racism accusations. What now? What was Tucker Carlson accused? Can somebody fill me in? What happened with him? Was he accused of racism? What's that all about? Let's go ahead and pull that sucker up like this. There he is. You recognize the face. A lot of people out there over the years, and they do this thing that I always hate. I hate it. I hate when you do this. By the way, is my mic working well? Hello to everybody over there on D Live. Isn't it fabulous to be here in service to white well-being? And how about everybody over there on Odyssey, the few, the who that are powerful? Whoever show up, we love you. We're glad you're here. Looks like Griffin is here. Elaine Sabatino, RC, the realist, who has like 2 new songs in as many weeks out. You have to head on over to his channel, type RC the Realist in the search bar at the top of YouTube, and you'll find it. Sam is here. Magic window in reverse. The magic window is going in reverse. I don't know about that. Paying a little too much attention to the magic window, my friend. David is here. Great to see you. Promethean Kitchen is here. Kent is here. Wonderful. Archangel, wonderful to see you. Pear Lady is here. Wonderful to see you. So's Tom. So's Victorian Time Traveler, true champ. Mr. Frosty is here. Thank you to everybody writing 95s. 07s, 007s, breaking out the raucous emojis. Looks like Paul is with us. Paul Moosefoot, great to see you, brother. Will is here because we have the will to make it happen. Democrat Poop City. Poop City is here. The great Brent Danger. Dean Danger is with us. Great to see you. School of the West. We'll have him back soon. We actually had an advertisement at the very beginning of the gathering for the great Brent Danger in the school there. Maiden DE, great to see you. Wonderful to be here on this Sunday. Blue skies, puffy white clouds, sister. Looks like we have a Laurie in the house. Hello to you, Laurie, and welcome. Welcome, welcome. East Van Tony is with us. Azumuth Clark. Wonderful to see everybody. Sam says, you should sing more. Seriously. Belt it out, brother. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll try to sing a little bit more. Hank Williams Jr. I'm thinking about Easter, thinking about heaven. And so I was just like, if heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I don't want to go. That's a fun song. Who else? Promethean Kitchen. I have a channel on TikTok and a rap named Tom McDonald followed my channel, and I was able to tell him about No White Guilt. Are you serious? Like the rapper Tom McDonald? Promethean Kitchen? That will be some epic swash. Really? Did he respond after you told him about us? Sail Away is here. Sail Away. There's a song. What is the Sail Away? What song is that in? Promethean Kitchen. Make sure you tag me to let me know. Happy Easter to Elaine Sabatino. Tag me. And I will see what you responded with. Bohr says, Jason is full of energy. I am definitely full of energy. John is here. Great to see you. All right. Matt is here. Ivan the Horrible walks among us, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you, Ivan the Horrible. I don't know why the voice like this goes with Ivan today. Maybe I feel like I'm in Romania somewhere. Ivan the Horrible is here. Sydney is here. Hello to you and welcome. What's going on with Tucker? Let's ask him.
Crime. And I'm sure you know at this stage, people who are addicted to pharmaceuticals prescribed faithfully by their doctors who never check in to see how the patient is doing. They just keep writing these scripts. Like, people should go to jail for that. And I mean it.
People should go to jail for that. One of the problems that I was going to mention is that so many of people, because all of the other methods, regrettably, it's a truth, all of the other methods in service to white sympathy of any type fail. And so people become disaffected. They get depressed. They get dour. And then to cope, a coping mechanism is to try to imagine that this person that's famous or that person that's infamous, that they're really one of us. They're one of us, and they'll be coming out soon as one of us. And it never happens. I try to tell these folks, no, you can't rely on somebody else. You have to do it. I'm talking to you. You know I'm talking to you. That's who this finger's pointing at. You have to do it. You have to be out wallpapering the town. You have to be out. I mean, thousands of pieces of wallpaper. You have to be out writing the music. You have to be out writing the raps. You have to be out writing the poetry. You have to be out. Where are my sculptors? Where are the sculptors at? Where are the sculptors at? Where are my sculptors? Why isn't there already a marble statue of me? There should already be a marble statue of me. I know I have this. We have this. And that's getting us closer to a marble statue. Where are the sculptors? Where is the 10-foot tall eindelen made out of rare Italian marble? Where is that? We need to be making it happen. Stop looking to these. Well, there's a big content. Well, he's on the news and he will eventually, come clean. And then the same people that have been doing. I'm going to tell you what. I've been hearing this since high school. And then what happens, especially in all of these conservative circles, when it doesn't come through, they're like, well, he has to do that or else he would be fired. He would be fired and he wouldn't be able to. Well, wait a second then, dummy. Let me just choke you. If he's one of us, but he can't do anything because he'll be fired, then that means he does nothing. He does nothing then. Now, we've gotten Tucker to say anti-white a number of times, and we're going to get Tucker Cucker to say anti-whiteism. And then they'll say, oh, you didn't do that, white well-being. Team white well-being. Team WWB. That's what we are today. Team WWB. That's what we are. They'll say, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. You didn't. I don't know why they're Valley girls, but they are today. You didn't do that. You didn't do that. You can't do that. It's cringe. And then when it happens, you didn't do that. That's what all the crutchers sound like. It sounds like to me now. You didn't do that. They've got like a big, like that bubble gum that was, what was that stuff called? And it was like a brick of bubble gum. They shoved that in their mouth and they're like popping it. And they got like big hoop earrings. You didn't do that. Yeah, we did. Everybody's saying Tucker's all guy, and then something like this happens. And then what have I warned everybody about? How many times have I warned you? Your heart gets crushed. You don't do this. You do not do this. No one is our guy. There's one thing that's ours, and it's our biospirit. And anyone who pushes it is the hero of the moment. And the moment they drop the ball, they are scum. You're not heartbroken. It's just, okay, you're scum. You're not white positive anymore.
Yeah, in a sort of related subject, and there's a few, I have so many points.
Okay, Adam Carolla. Where is he from anyhow? Isn't he a comedian? Kingdom of Inland says maybe the giant eindelen should be made of glass or diamond or something rather than marble. Well, yeah, I don't know about diamond, but glass, that would be something. Wouldn't that be great? An enormous eindelen.
So little time, but I feel that when politicians explain that we're living in a racist society.
Okay, this was a weird transition. This is as far as I've watched. So together you and I are watching afresh, unless you've already seen this. And then if so, then you've probably forgotten it because you're like drinking beer and eating things wrapped up in plastic and heating it up in plastic and drooling into your cereal bowl. They're talking about prescription drugs. And then Adam essentially says here, okay, I'm going to take this the direction I wanted to go all along. Like, how is it? This was a total non sequitur at this point. He was just like, he didn't even say, well, to change the subject or nothing. He was just like, okay, racism. All right.
And try to convince. I feel that when politicians explain that we're living in a racist society and try to convince Black people that white people don't want them in their society, and as Joe Biden said.
All right, this is not You got to get this right. It's not politicians that are trying to convince just black people. Do not center black. If you're white, you don't center another race of people. If you're white positive, you don't center another race of people. You don't make them the center of your story, and either to angelize them or demonize them. You don't do that. They're human beings. The race is composed of individuals, some of whom are bad people, some of whom are wonderful people.
Recently,
it comes from the anti-white narrative. This is where this centering and this real angelizing of the black race comes from.
a lot of people like to bring lynching.
Lynching. Oh boy. Promethean Kitchen says Tom McDonald, actually direct messaged me, and I was able to talk to him and told him about the stream tonight. Are you serious? Is he? Do you really think he's watching? Where's my rap gear? We'll go to a break and I'm gonna come back dressed up as a rapper. I'm kidding. I don't have any rap gear. If I did, I would. That would be hilarious. But let's watch. I mean, if you really spoke to him in a direct message, that would be something. But be careful, because if he starts talking to you about Bitcoin and investments and he starts asking for a little bit of money for his friend in Ethiopia or something like this, he just needs you to transfer some funds, then maybe it's not the real Tom. Who knows, though? I mean, we have people in this community that have talked with some very big, important, well-known across the country people. So it's not impossible. All right, let's go.
Back ID and as black.
As soon as I hear the word lynching, you need to be thinking about, if you're white positive, our lynching, social lynching, because that's the only lynching that takes place. And it's happened an infinite number of times more than the lynchings that immediately come to mind, which happened more to white people than it did to non-white people. But of course, ask a regime historian, and perhaps I have this wrong. Perhaps it was not more white people lynched in America than non-white people. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps I've misread somewhere. And so make sure you turn on the television and you watch about 7,200 hours of CNN. You'll get it right then.
People that white people don't want them in their society. And as Joe Biden said recently, a lot of people like to bring lynching back and that kind of stuff. I believe that's
an insane thing to say, but you can't just overlook it. Not by Adam Carolla saying that, because people like Joe Biden do say this. Anti-whites that you talk to, members of your family that are anti-white, will talk like that. Like, there are folks out there that want to bring lynchings back. You have to address that when it comes up. And the only place it could come from is the anti-white narrative, where lynchings take place all the time. There have been 20 times, 50 times, 500 times the number of white on non-white lynchings in entertainment media and in historical media, edutainment media, than there were actually in the real world. And those numbers of the lynchings of the kind that they're talking about here but are in media as entertainment, they continue to grow. They continue. It's like every new season, there are more shows about lynchings of non-white people by white people. It's not going anywhere. So since people are living in their subconscious minds, as we teach in the Go Free method, and you need to study the Go Free method and you need to practice it on a regular basis, it's very easy. You can do it too. You will understand how this happens, why somebody in the real world, where there are no lynchings, there are no like white mobs going out and grabbing non-white people, pulling them out of their homes and then hanging them and setting them on fire or whatever else, inviting the Mexican kid birthday party over for who knows what they would like to do. None of that is happening, but in entertainment it is. And so it's another great example of what we argue here, that you're living in your subconscious mind. Everybody's living in their subconscious minds. So as a consequence, and they don't know the difference between entertainment and the real world. Subconsciously they do, subconsciously they don't. And we show that, we demonstrate that. This is a great demonstration. You have people come to you and say, well, there are folks out there getting ready to lunch them any minute now. When in the real world, there's not even a shred of the beginnings of anything like that. But in the media, it's there all the time. So that's why they can think and say things like that. Let's roll.
It's a crime as well.
We got to speed
I
this
think
up.
you're destroying people.
Of course.
You're destroying whole swaths of this society and making a group feel like they're unwanted in the society and talking about white supremacy.
Okay, and here's where, well, let's see what Tucker's going to say. Because Tucker's probably going to say, he's going to come away from the firm conservative take, which is what Adam Carolla just gave. This is my guess, because that's what Tucker does. He comes a little bit away from the firm conservative take. He's always done this. He might not now because this is supposed to be a really bad interview, but that's what he does often, I should say. Carolla is the firm conservative take is, aren't we, and remember, we are not doing shit. Aren't we harming black people by telling them that white people want them out of society? No, asshole. We're harming white people because you're drawing the noose of suspicion around every single white person and what we think and what we believe and what we desire. The harm that's being inflicted is on white people. If any black person out there feels like, whoa, are there really white people who feel this way? That is called collateral damage. The target is the white race. Let's see where Tucker goes with it.
Yeah, both groups. Yeah,
right.
It's an insane message in 2023 to peddle to the American people, and it's so irresponsible, but it's mostly gross.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is, everything about it is shocking to me, including the fact that people put up with it.
Yes.
I mean, the endless attacks on the whites, and I'm not defending white, but plenty of them. In fact, most people who know me are white, okay? But to attack any group as a group is, by definition, like a Nazi move. Like, what?
What? What? He said what? I said what? What? So he started, the point I wanted to make right before that was that he said he's not defending the whites. Wouldn't it be better if he said, I'm not defending Western kind? We can force him to say that. You just have to use it. The whites. I am not the whites, okay? I'm Western kind. I'm a Westman. So, to object, what he's doing here, he's demonstrating the morality of the world we live in, which is the anti-white morality. That's the morality of the world we live in because we're forced to live under the thraldom of anti-white oligarchs and their anti-white narrative. In the anti-white morality, and this is why you have to attack the morality, not the data, not the facts that are always drawn into question. And remember, it's his truth, her truth, whose truth? It's always somebody else's truth. So there's always this it's sort of a moral relevance when it comes to data. Like, is it legit? Is it not legit? Does it harm? Because if it harms, then it's immaterial. You can't argue these things. You have to go right at the point. And the point here is that in the anti-white narrative, it is immoral to defend victims if those on the basis of what they are, if those victims are white. And so he had to immediately disclaim the defense of white people, even though it sounded like he said to me that blacks and whites are harmed by this attitude of there are white people who want black people out of society, or white people who want to lynch black people. So then he had to actually say, he had to disavow that statement. Why would he have to do that unless there is this morality that we're all swimming through and nobody can see but Team White Wellbeing, Team WWB? And then he says, what's this now? Looking at a group as a race as a Nazi move?
Okay. I mean, the endless attacks on the whites, and I'm not defending white, but plenty of them. In fact, most people who know me are white. Okay.
So endless attacks on white people. And then he's like, but I'm not defending them. If it were endless attacks on Jews, do you think Tucker Carlson would say endless attacks on Jews, but I'm not defending Jews? Do you think he would say that? No. And what does that tell you? For all the crutchers out there, you're like, it tells you about my crutch. No, dumbass. It says that there's an anti-white morality. It says that we're being victimized. Get off your crutch. It's not a pogo stick. Let's see what he says now about the Nazi move.
Okay. But to attack any group as a group is by definition like a Nazi move. Like what?
To attack any group as a group is a Nazi move. Now he's talking about attacking, not identifying groups or not defending groups. So that's an interesting sort of turnaround almost there. He's like, you're going to attack a group for being a group. And that's what we don't do. So I don't have any problem with this other than it's Godwin's law already. I mean, they've been talking for 13 minutes and it's already a Godwin's law. It's just like, bing, he said the Nazi word. Bing. You've done it, Tucker. I like his shirt, though. I like his shirt. I like the top button opened up on that collar. It can't fit him any better, though, because he's kind of sloppy. Like me in that shirt would be epic. You know it would be. And he has all like this delicate water. You get a little bit of delicate. You got your little daintyism water here. Oh, I like some Perrier, some Perrier. Come on, get coffee. Or at least tea.
Where? What? I can hardly.
So we don't attack other groups of people as a group. And so I concur with that. If there were people out there who said, my God, he said you shouldn't attack a group as a group. Well, you're wrong. You should not attack a group as a group on the basis of your, and what he's clearly talking about here, immutable characteristic. You do attack people for being anti-white. You go with them, baby. You go with them. And then if you got to, you bend them over your knee. You get a little bit of this action. And it changes them real quick, especially if they're ladies. I don't know. Maybe some of the men might like that too. But males.
Believe it as someone who was born in 1969 and grew up kind of faithfully believing in Dr. Seuss and the core lessons of the civil rights movement that were allowing our leaders to attack an entire group.
Believing. So this is that kowtowing. It's that villainy signaling. The civil rights movement. That's what made us so great. No, it didn't make us great. It didn't make us great at all. It was chock full of anti-whiteism. The white race was already giving access at a pace that was comfortable with turning stuff over that we made and we built to other groups of people, including the rights in the countries that we created. That's very nice of us. You're welcome. You're welcome. So that's not, but so of course they immediately come out. Are we getting ready to hear the MLK reference now? What's in this back here? Are these Adam Carolla's mother's ashes? I heard she was a big woman.
But people based on their genetics? Like, isn't that the one lesson we learned from Jim Crow in the Second World War? Is that shouldn't be allowed, and yet it's the
wait, what? The Second World War? What we learned from the Second World War? Okay, so the takeaway, this is the anti-white narrative's view of World War II. And yet again, why you don't try revisionist history, another inane approach to white sympathetics. You don't do revisionist history because he speaks to millions and millions and millions a week. You speak in a week to one or two people. So get over it. Grow up. Drop the revisionist history, dumb stuff, and as a means of advocacy for our people. And now we understand, you can take away from this how exactly history is rewritten, is molded, is interpreted, is defined by those in power in a way that you cannot contest. So stop looking backwards.
Defining fact of American politics. White people are bad. And you sort of wonder, like, why does no one stand up?
I do that voice better than he does. White people are bad. So he's seeing this shit all day long. I'm going to tell you what, we may or may not have had access to staff members associated with this guy. He sees all day long the attacks on white people. And he's even saying so. It's endless attacks on white people. But as a typical run-of-the-mill, conservative, stale, what are those, like rice cake conservatives? Maybe that's what we should go. Rice cake conservatives. This is the same argument of, I don't see race. I don't see, well, not even race, color. I don't see color. While white people are being beat to death, while white people are being denied jobs, while white people are being denied promotions, to the point why white people are being denied access to universities, while white people, business people, are not even able to go into business because they can't get the same loans, they can't get the forgiveness on taxes, they can't get the forgiveness on I guess you should say loans, but they can't get the grants. And so they go out of business. And then there's an epidemic of white people, especially white males, thanks to anti-whiteism, killing themselves and using drugs. And then what do you have? You have these white females like this swimmer saying, there need to be safe spaces for us girls. You are not there for us. So no more safe spaces so that you can browbeat us, Cupcake, on the morality of anti-whiteism.
Up and say, how dare you talk about people on the basis of their race? Like, how dare you? But everyone's too afraid you're a white supremacist. What? No.
Yeah, I've said this in the other direction. I've said to a couple.
So right there at the very beginning, we see Tucker saying that the fear is that you're going to be hit with the meme pathogen. And white supremacist is just a little bit, a slightly weaker synonym of racist. It's the central pillar of anti-whiteism. That's what destroyed Western civilization. Are you understanding this now? Where did those victories for the anti-whites take place? In conversations. This is what he's talking about. Everyone is afraid to say the truth because they'll be hit with these weaponized concepts. And the central one, of course, being the one that props up all the others, is racist. You can't wield it as a white person. So that's where the West was lost. Not on a battlefield, not, Theodore Adorno, not all of these other arguments that folks make. It was right in the conversations at the water cooler, at the lathe, at the trash pickup site, at the dinner table. That's where the West was lost. That's where you take it back.
Of my black friends, when Joe Biden is talking about airlines gouging the citizens of the United States with extra costs for knee room or luggage or whatever, and he says this disproportionately affects poor people and people of color. Like, you've actually taken poor people, remove them from people of color. Now you have your own category, right, meaning Jay-Z's getting gouged.
Obama and everyone in Appalachia is getting screwed.
Right. And I do want to say,
Adam, have me on your show. Let me straighten you out. Come on. Wait, I'm a white guy. I got a Germanic featured face. I am beautiful and in shape. And I know it makes a lot of guys very jealous, but I'm poor as a church mouse. You're rich. So you got it over on top of me. Have me on your show and I will straighten this out for you. Because you trying to make an appeal to how this is hurting the black people won't push back on what's being done to us one iota, Adam. Your parents and grandparents, generations past, that were doing it. Same position. I've taken this, it's a very wise, listen here, Sonny. We took this position back in the day, and it was that we're going to watch out for the black people. We're trying to protect them. We're more protectors of black people than the other side is. You see, Adam? So that's what we're going to do. Did it work? You buried him. It's worse.
Hey, to the black populace, aren't you fucking insulted by this old man who keeps saying,
okay, I didn't know he was going to talk like that. I hope there's not much more.
These black business owners are as smart as white business owners. So they just can't get lawyers or accountants
or driver's licenses.
They don't have driver's licenses.
So this is the ultimate Republican, just mind-numbing, nuts-numbing BS. Like, everything you're saying here makes it sound like you're saying blacks are dumb. Is that what you Democrats are saying? Oh, you're owned. No. I saw these females. They're like in their 50s on what was it, Twitter, and they were like, "We got them now because they opened up the prosecution against Trump. Now we could do the same to them." Get ready for that to happen. It's going to be like a flood, just a torrent of nothing.
The thing, you're not insulted? Why aren't you insulted by this? I'm black and white. Why
are both sides just totally insulted? Because you have a piss poor understanding of what's happening sociopolitically, racially in the United States, in the totality of the West. That's why, Adam, have me on your show.
Aren't both sides going, what are you talking about?
Because everyone's so intimidated. And I have to say, even now,
be like
I don't know
Adam.
how many years we're into this whole get weighty phase of American history, and every black person,
Get
including
what?
how many
Are you talking about?
because everyone's so intimidated. And I have to say, even now, I don't know how many years we're into this whole get weighty phase of American
Get whitey phase of American history. He knows what's going on. That's, and of course he does, but he just told you he knows what's going on. So how reprehensible that he takes the positions he takes. You know, honestly, don't tell me he's got to protect his job, Jason. He's got a family to feed. He's got to. No, you know, don't be in such a position if you can't take the heat, if you can't take the pressure. I don't have any pity. If you step into a position where you have to have a duty to do, where upon receiving information that makes you knowledgeable about what's going on, you have a duty to do, you've got to do it even if you and your family are killed for it. You understand? If you don't like it, your option is to go flip burgers, go do something else. And I'm okay with that too. If you say, well, holy crap, you know, I'm in media and look at how bad it is for white people, I'm going to say what's going on. And they're like, oh, you say what's going on and we're going to fire you. Then you've got to say, well, I'm going to go ahead and say what's going on and get fired and I'll go do something else. But if you're going to stay in that position, and preach lies to us, you are a POS. Because we, unlike you, buddy, don't have money to flee. We, unlike the guy, Bob Lee from Cash App, we don't have the money to just flee to the other side of the country. We don't have the money to flee from all this anti-whiteism. So if you get into a position where you have knowledge of what's going on and you have to make a decision, duty or cowardice or perfidy, and you choose to not do your duty and stay, and you're going to say, well, they might kill my family. I don't care. Don't stay there then. Let a real man take the slot. Everybody raised in a nursery room.
in history, and every black person, including Michelle Obama, has oppressed every white person as an oppressor. It's been going on for 6 or 7, 8 years now.
What? 6 or 7 or 8 years is how long this has been going on? Good God. 6 or 7 or 8 generations.
I'm so interested to see is that the racial tensions on a personal level still seem amazingly low.
Yes.
Like I maybe I'm just living in a different planet or something, but I never have any conflict with any. I deal with tons of people who don't look like me. No one has ever said, I hate you, white man, or American.
Bullshit. They were showing up in front of his house with signs saying as much.
Americans are actually sort of happy to get along with each other regardless of their skin color, even now, which tells
right back to the skin color. And I've told you where this comes from. It comes from older meme pathogens that when they were trying to get white people to lower our guards, they were just saying endlessly, it's only pigmentation. It's only your skin color. How dare you discriminate on the basis of just a hue of skin? And so the conservatives thought they could push back by now trying to own the anti-whites. And guess what? It still doesn't work.
tells you what a totally decent country it is. People are not that interested in race, despite the unremitting efforts of our leaders to make us
People are not interested in race. What a deception.
all hate each other on the basis of it.
Yes.
The whole country is under an anti-white narrative and has been for our entire lifetimes. What are you talking about? People are not interested in race.
Experience. Maybe you're living
I completely agree. The other part of it is it is a lot like
so
the environmental
disingenuous.
movement, which is you have the same crowd who's talking about systemic racism and it's baked into the fabric of our society and so on and so forth.
Anti-white narrative, that's a mean pathogen. Go free method, and you'll understand this in a way that will enable you to fix this. Okay?
The same people are talking about the planet is ending in 8 years and the carbon emissions, and we won't be able to eat beef. And they lay it all out.
I'll point out right there, how many times have they made predictions that didn't come true about the end of the world and the cities are going to be flooded, and yet they're still in power. So mocking them for that does nothing.
Then they fly privately and buy a home seaside in Malibu.
Like, I was there this
You were
morning.
there this
It
morning.
doesn't
So
matter.
I've told other people this, but I will repeat it. I live there as well. And PC
Promethean Kitchen says he thinks that Tom McDonald was very interested in his screen name, which is Promethean Kitchen. And that's how they ended up in a conversation. Well, brother, if there's anybody that knows anything about Tom McDonald, talk to Promethean Kitchen and give him some insight about this guy so that he can have better conversations and potentially get him, Tom McDonald, to start using concepts. All it is the concepts that you use that put you in a different story. These concepts, scientifically created, scientifically tested, defeat and demonstrate with mountains, voluminous mountains of evidence that they undermine, they defeat the anti-white narrative. They undermine and defeat the concepts that anti-whites present to us. If somebody like Tom McDonald started using Go Free concepts, it would rapidly expedite the process of making it game over for anti-whites. God bless you, man.
CH goes right down the middle there, or right at the water's edge. A 2,000 square foot home on the ocean side of PCH, meaning where the tide will literally come up and touch the pilasters that are holding on.
The prices are still so high, and yet they still endorse global warming theories.
Your deck. That house is $13 million for 2,000 square feet. If you would like to cross the road and go 30 feet on the other,
where Corolla lives,
other side of the road, up the hill, I can get you 2,000 square feet for 2.9.
Okay, so Corolla's home is 2.9. This is personal. He's not a real estate broker. This is he's talking to you about his lived experience. He bought a home for $3 million. So he's got it rough. I'm telling you, Adam, have me on your show. You've got a lot more money than I am. So he couldn't afford the homes that are right on the beach at $13 million in this luxurious part of town.
So if we're going to be engulfed by the ocean, and the people who live on the ocean are the loudest people about this subject, then why are they paying an extra $10 million to live closer to the thing that's going to annihilate them?
Because it's just a cult. I mean, and at the core of any cult is hypocrisy, and the people who are enforcing the rules don't believe in them. It's a ritual they go through in order to expiate their guilty consciences.
Maybe the same people that are telling us how racist society is, the same people
wouldn't want to live in a 90% white seaside town.
Yes. Or conversely, move down to Baltimore.
I was about to say, all the systemic racism people need to move to the hood, like immediately, and take the subway to work.
Yes.
It's funny for like every now and again we say something like just like flippantly about that, but this is part and parcel of conservative Republican conversations. Good people across America and the rest of the West, you got to start going free, because this will not liberate you from these chains that are sinking you in the sands of anti-whiteism. Tom, if you're listening, I could put down some of your lyrics for you, buddy.
It should be the law. Systemic racism. Okay, let's take a look at the most recent census numbers and find out who lives in your neighborhood. Oh, it's 80% white in a country that's only 60% white.
Oh, you got him.
By definition, you're a Klansman, and you should be required to move to Gary, Indiana, and enjoy it. And one word of complaint out of your mouth means the Justice Department is going to throw you in leg irons for racism.
And by the way, Malibu is not 80% white; it's probably 91%.
I was throwing in housekeepers. But
if the help counts, that will tilt it in your direction. The other thing I was thinking about when I was thinking about talking to you, because I'm always interested in exchange.
What does he? I literally live there, and he's like, "Well, it's just there are more non-white people there than you just implied." I live among more non-white people than that, Adam says.
Ideas with you, but I was lamenting this back to sort of kids' health, mental health, which is, I was talking to Dr. Drew earlier today, and he said, all young people are miserable.
Dr. Drew.
And what's going on?
Adam and I are both
here's what's going on. if you lived in this country for the last 250 years, you were in statue building mode. This country built statues. And if you looked at it like a chart or a graph or something, it'd be 250 years of
I'm really interested in this argument. Dr. Drew argument. Have you all heard of Dr. I don't know who he's referring to. Does anybody know?
stop erecting statues.
Erecting them.
Civil rights leaders.
Erecting. That's what he should have done. He should have leaned into the microphone when he said that one. They've been erecting statues.
Generals, you know, whatever, in front of
Our heroes.
in front of high schools and in sporting, you know.
Okay, yeah, we put up statues.
Babe Ruth, you know, in front of Yankee Stadium or what.
What was going on then? What was the percentage of the population that were white and proud of ourselves and proud of our accomplishments? And then that's been diminishing both our pride, which is now gone, and our accomplishments, which are becoming fewer, and our percentage in the population of the country we created. That had something to do with it, Adam.
Whatever, libraries. But if you look at the very last 3 years, there's a sliver of red when all we did was tear down statues. Of course.
No, again, do not speak like this. I have to jump in. Don't say we. We tear down statues. What's going on with us? Do not talk like that. You literally, this has to be psych warfare. It has to be coming from somewhere under the Pentagon. Do not speak for your victimizer. I want you to envision this. I mean, I got to tell you, I can't be the only one out there with 180 plus IQ points. If you imagine that you are a child being molested by an adult, what do you think happens in your head if you say, why do we keep molesting me? Why do we keep fornicating with me? Now maybe you'll be able to understand why you don't say we when it has nothing to do with us victimizing ourselves.
How could you be happy if you lived in this red sliver of our country's history where we were in tear it down mode versus build it up mode?
Well, and you're absolutely right. The statues are a metaphor for a larger trend where every institution, every organization, every myth, all being destroyed. We're in a purely
and what is that? Institution, organization, myth, destroyed. You do not say, you're on team WWB. You don't say that these things are being destroyed. You say that they're being white erased, because there's a group of people out there that created those institutions, that created those myths, that created those norms and mores that are being destroyed. But when you just say destroy, it's about as plain as eating cardboard. It's being white erased because, you see, I figured out for you. You have to talk in all ways subjectively, or you will not survive. You're not going to convince all of the other races of man to do something that we are cursed with, and that's be radical individualists. And even if you could get to this one or that one or this one in a limitless game theoretic scenario where people will just keep playing the same game over and over, any collective that forms will always defeat the individuals. So just listen to me and do what I'm saying.
destructive frenzy. This is the sort of late night mode of teenage drunkenness where you just start breaking windows for the sake of breaking them.
Yeah.
I think that Tucker's in that phase.
I always thought about that when people bust up bathrooms.
They totally do.
I'm like, why destroy a toilet? What's in it for you?
Well, but that's
just
no.
late
So
night
this is why, like,
Because it is another monument to Western civilization. And they're like, we don't need this shit. Pun intended.
I've become interested in theology because there's no answer.
You just need a hole in the ground. What do you need a fancy toilet for?
Can arrive at rationally, and there's also no evolutionary biological impulse to do that. In other words, destroying things for the sake of destroying them doesn't help the species perpetuate.
Right.
There's no actual kind of answer in science for this.
Do not take on the burden of what's going to help the species.
There is a spirit of destruction that descends on people. All of us have felt it. I have participated in it personally, where you just feel like, I want to destroy something. And if an entire society is seized by that, well, it will destroy itself. And that's what we're seeing now. It's not political. There's no political, even
a spirit of destruction. Sorry, what is that? White well-being, Team WWB. What's that called? Well, what do we call that? What he's referring to as a spirit of destruction. Yes, anti-whiteism. It's not a spirit of destruction, is it? It's actually anti-whiteism, because it's the things that we project onto our world that are being destroyed. If it were just a generalized spirit of destruction, which so many white people out there, and I just want to just grab every one of them, and then give them the kisses on the face. Should have come to me first. And and it's like the kiss, the mafia. It's like what does he say to Fredo? I knew it was you, Fredo. They say, oh, if it's not objective, then it's not legitimate. Bullshit. We've passed those times. If it's a general spirit of destruction, then all things Asian would be getting destroyed. Oh, but they're not. All things black would be getting destroyed. Oh, but they're not. All things Arab, all things Jewish, but actually they're not. So then is it a spirit of destruction? You need to stop. This is this proxy defenses that conservative content creators like this cucker right here, they do all the time. He speaks it, and then it goes out into the world, and it's like the sewing circle. They don't even need to have this guy on. They have like the sewing. They take one of their sewing circle needles, and they're just like, I've got, it's a spirit of destruction. And then they keep sewing away. This is a proxy defense. They think that if we defend this other area, it will somehow put an end to what's actually being victimized. It never works, does it? Ever, ever, ever. How many more times do you need to see it fail? Where are all the white people at? Where are y'all at? Where are all the white people at? Where are your contributions to the thing that works? Where are the books you're writing to say why Team WWB is so effective and amazing and glorious? Where are all your support? Where are all your dollars? Where are all your numbers? Shit, if I could just have you show up, there'd be people who would finance us just for asses in the seats. No, you want to go out there and you want to have I support this guy because this white guy that's complaining about things, he's doing documenting, but he's got a Hispanic wife, so I can't be called a racist. Yeah, you actually can. They want you dead. Betty. No, what was her name? B. Aunt B. They want you dead.
The Democratic Party doesn't benefit from castrating its own voters. Okay, this is not a long-term plan. Okay, everyone who votes for us go trans. So how's the next generation?
How facile and ludicrous. Well, they're not going to be able to reproduce. They're not going to be able to just reproduce. They're telling their people to just not have kids, just be trans and not have children. Have you noticed they're growing, and this has been the position they've had all along, because it's not about fixing their population. Can you believe he's paid millions? I need to actually get like a tiny spittoon for my pot to piss in, because that's what I've got. This guy gets paid millions and millions of dollars. I can't have, he's got at least 2 children, 2 little girls, right? Maybe more. I can't have any of that because I got jack squat thanks to this anti-whiteism.
Be a next generation. So this is not like some long-term plan. This is purely a destructive impulse. I think it's a spirit of destruction. And again, I have felt that in myself before. When I used to drink, especially late night. Let's break something. Really, why?
What? He just said he felt the spirit of destruction?
I have felt a long-term plan. This is purely a destructive impulse. I think it's a spirit of destruction. And again, I have felt that in myself before.
He's possessed. He's about to start spitting tongues on us. He's going to start going. He has felt the spirit of destruction has descended on Gucker. And he went straight to his bathroom and kicked his toilet over.
He used to drink, especially late night. Let's break something. Really, why? Who knows why? Didn't know then. I don't know why now, but
I've never felt like I needed to destroy things, ever. But anti-whiteism, but not like things. Yeah, and he's taking this spirit of destruction. Haven't you also felt the need to just destroy your toilet? I think if you have a relationship with your toilet like that, you need to call a psychiatrist. Call your psychiatrist.
recognize it immediately. And I really think it's a binary. Either you're on the side that's building things, that's healing things, bringing people closer together, physically constructing things.
He's taking that and he's conflating it with the desire to destroy white mores, the mores of the West, the institutions of the West. And that is untrue. That's an untrue linkage. But people are not going to be high IQ enough to be able to understand that. Nancy, you've got a high enough IQ to understand what I'm saying. That's the problem, is that there's so many folks, white people out there, that IQ just not high enough to understand. So they're just like, we're going to do it our way. They're like Kermit the Frog.
State of California can't construct new homes.
Right.
That's like a metaphor. That's not saving the earth, actually. Look how dirty it is around us here in Los Angeles. They're not protecting the earth. They're effectively hurting the people who already live here. It's another form of destruction when you force people to live like rats in this cramped quarters, for example, here. So there are people who destroy things and make things worse. There are people who build things and make things better. I really want to be on the latter team. And I think that is a way better and more descriptive way to divide the battle we're seeing, the destroyers versus the creators.
All right.
So that's how he lays it out for all the white people out there, so that they can continue with this anti-white morality, that anybody objecting to what's actually taking place, the victimization of Western kind, physically, but also by way of the destruction of what we project onto the world, so that you can continue to condemn such people.
We'll take a quick break. Back with more of Tucker
break
from his hotel room right after this.
Back with more.
If you
We got a commercial.
Then you're going to want to listen up. 10 years ago.
What is this now? If you try on bras? Look at this commercial. Nothing sexual about this commercial. She's like showing off this cleavage here. And you know the problem with cleavage, I think I told you all before. It reduces a man's IQ by 50 points per boob.
I gave up.
Hey, ladies, if you get all bent out of shape out of that, you need to get over it. You need to get over it, because it's a man's ability to be attracted to a very wide range of ladies. Unlike you ladies. And we're going to set this straight when we recapture our destiny too. No more of this Bravo Sierra of it's only guys who care about looks. No. Guys are attracted to like 80% of women. You take the average white guy and you show him 100 white women, and he will be attracted to 80 of them. You take the average white woman and you give her 100 white males, and she'll be attracted to 10 of them. So who's more interested in looks? It's the women. So no more teaching the little boys about how they're snails and puppy dog tails, and girls are spice and everything nice, or whatever that Bravo Sierra is.
My regular bras, and I started wearing sports bras as my regular bras
Is that right?
until under outfit bras. It is a bra.
I didn't put in applause. That's so funny. The way they do commercials now and market these things, it's hilarious.
But it feels way more comfortable.
Why didn't they use Mulvaney for this? I mean, come on, Comfort Bra. Prop me up some Dylan Mulvaney. Maybe sucking down a Bud Light. You know what's interesting about that? Bud Light, not a real beer. Dylan Mulvaney, not a real spokesperson.
Than a sports bra. It doesn't dig into the shoulders. It offers great support. no underwire, and it's got padding, and padding that it doesn't come out in the wash. It actually is built in, it's sewn in. And
I that joke is serious. My brain has stopped working. There are things happening. There are things happening in my body for which heretofore I had no knowledge of.
material is amazing.
Uh-huh.
And this bra extender is everything.
The bra
I forget that
extender.
I'm even wearing a bra.
She doesn't feel like she's wearing a bra.
I can ditch my sports bra now. Finally, a bra that I love. You're going to want to get these in every color.
Yeah. It's like the whole commercial is her at a 90-degree angle.
Click below to pick your bra color.
Are you ready for me to change your life?
No!
Because I'm about to. These bras, I am so obsessed.
Oh my
They're
God.
so
She's bra obsessed.
comfortable. I honestly forget that I'm even
Where's
wearing
Dylan?
them, which is hard to do because I'm a 34 triple D.
Where's Dylan Mulvaney?
The most comfortable bra I think I've ever tried.
No wires, breathable fabric. There's nothing poking or prodding or feeling uncomfortable. This is the most comfortable that I've ever been.
It is so ridiculous the way they market things these days. The claims that they make, because there's no entity to protect the consumer. It's all in the United States. It's all about capitalism. It's just how much money, somebody making millions. That's all that matters. Well, actually, but millions are harmed of people are harmed by this. So making dollars, they are, but everybody else is like in wheelchairs. Look, so they're just saying like, this is the best I've ever felt. My boobs grown by 3 sizes.
Wearing a bra. When you just don't want to wear a bra, but you still want some support?
No, wrong to put the whispering lady after the loud one. And there's not a surprise here. It's like, put her in front of the bed. Is there anything that's just not shameless anymore?
The search for me is officially over. I have found my favorite
I
bra.
have padding on the inside that's actually sewn in, so you're not going to lose them in the wash.
Look how this padding is built in. Awesome.
It is the best.
Well, what's the padding for? What is that for? I want to know what the padding's for, because if it's to conceal things, then I'm not for that.
I'm obsessed. You have to buy these. Like, it'll change your life. It's totally changed
I'm
mine.
obsessed.
Finally,
It's
a
totally
bra that I
changed my
love.
life.
You're going to want to get these in every color.
And if you would like to try the under outfit,
Oh, how pretty with the red hair and the fair skin.
really should get yourself the comfort your body and especially your girls deserve.
This is the most comfortable bra I have ever put on my body.
Or they're going to reach out and they're going to say like, sir, we will pay you to take that commercial off your stream. Okay.
Obsessed.
We don't want our bra
It's like a
commercial
second
on your
skin.
stream.
There is no reason why you shouldn't try these.
The best bra that I've ever owned.
Shop your favorite color
Oh.
now.
Click below to pick your bra color.
I got this bra. And
Hey, it's Adam Carolla. Is your vehicle no longer stopping
Wait, now
like
he's
it
got-
used to?
oh gosh, it's an auto parts store now. So they hit up the women. This is what happens when you watch Adam Carolla. They hit up the women with bras and then the guys with the cars they can't fix. I bought this bra. I grew 3 inches. I was immediately given a raise. It's the most amazing thing that ever happened.
With application-specific friction best,
Okay.
the professional to do the job right. Visit online, O'ReillyAuto.com.
I do not trust Adam Carolla's words on automotives.
Old gatekeeper.
It's really quite exquisite.
In the old world, comedians relied on
What the hell?
TV shows to bring them to a national audience.
I was so ugly, my mother breastfed me through a straw.
Talk show routines were essential
funny.
if you wanted to become famous in comedy.
I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you.
But late night shows and network specials don't matter as much anymore. Comedians can release their material directly to a global audience.
All right,
That's
let's
a real problem.
Nobody can see their
come
minds.
on.
Ian came by with a media guy.
He just put out that for
Hey, good morning.
What?
Have you tried putting butter in your
What
coffee?
the hell?
Coffee is
We want to get back to the
thing.
oh no.
crafted. I was
Okay, here we go.
honored to be a part of one. I hope there's room in other productions for me because
I
I've
think
always
you're-
loved
yeah,
to contribute.
It's like a Woody Allen movie. You're the recurring character in every one.
So we're talking off the air, but also here's an interesting
Is it still sped up?
hypothetical for you in terms of building.
Yes.
Because I agree. I was a builder. I worked with builders, and they built this country, but it's more than iron and brick and mortar. It's kind of a mindset.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like they want to create, they want to expand, they want to move forward, and so on and so forth. And something else I was kicking around the other day is Los Angeles has fallen off a cliff. I mean, it is a hellscape now. It's garbage everywhere. It's crime everywhere. Everything's expensive and this, that, and the other. And so we had an election to see who our next mayor would be several months ago.
Oh, I noticed.
And we had a builder named Rick Caruso. And this guy was a world-class developer. He did the Grove, and he did many of these great developments. And anyone who's been in one of those, it's a little bastion of utopia inside of a dumpster fire. It's clean, it's safe, it's everything else. So I think that's the guy I would want running LA.
Yes.
Okay. But we decided to elect a career politician who has no experience.
Winnie Mandela, was that her name?
Her name is Karen Bass.
Oh, sorry, Karen Bass. Okay.
So we went with what I would call, I have a category called crazy friend of your mom's when you were in high school. That seems to be who runs Los Angeles, like your mom's craziest friend, girlfriend when you were in high school, and you went like, who's that nutty bitch with the clamp-on earrings?
Yeah.
They make policy.
Yes.
That's all they do, whether it's COVID or permitting or whatever kookiness is going to.
Coconut says, I can totally see you teaching high school, trying to load a video or fix the projector. Oh, yes. When the projector, way back in the day, before really the VHSs were hitting, it was like the projector would jam, and it's just like, run, goddammit.
Yeah. But here's a hypothetical.
Make sure you click like.
And whether it's Karen Bass or Kamala Harris or even Joe Biden, if you just said, I'm going to hire a headhunter, I need someone to run my company. Now, what would it cost to get Rick Caruso to run your company versus what would it cost to get Karen Bass if a headhunter went out there? Rick Caruso would want $46 million a year and stocks. Karen Bass you could get for $46,000 a year to run your company because she doesn't know what she's
doing.
Plus
paid vacation,
Yeah, one week a year. I'm just saying, if you put it in those terms, isn't it insane what we do in Los Angeles?
Well, but it's not just Los Angeles. I mean, across the country,
all
of our institutions, from our big banks. I mean, the woman who runs Citibank is like utter incompetence, one of the biggest banks, and it's a strategically, essential bank.
Come on,
not into banking. Every police department in the country seems to be run by one of the dumbest people on the force. Our Congress is filled with utterly mediocre people. The choice in LA was especially stark between someone you would never have dinner with and someone with a long record of achievement. And they always choose the least capable, most destructive person. So what does that tell you? The goal has changed. The goal is not making the future better for your kids or grandkids or even preserving what you inherited, which seems like a baseline requirement, right? You get something, don't screw it up.
Right.
The goal is exactly the opposite. It's to degrade, tear down.
Because it's anti-whiteism.
The least capable. I mean, I see this.
You're talking about the least capable or the least competent. You're functioning under the anti-white narrative. So the people vote for the most competent at destroying that Western world that anti-whiteism has demonized. They don't care about who's going to run the city the best per your metric. They have a totally different metric, Adam Carolla.
Everywhere. You look at the women's magazines and they pick women who are like physically repulsive to be on the cover.
A happy Easter to you too, Heidi. We celebrated your financial gift from the last stream at the very beginning.
Or some dude dressed as a woman.
Right.
And you're like, wait a second. Not only is this not about beauty, it's the opposite. It's about ugliness. It's about promoting incompetence.
It's about the opposite of the West. Just say it. It's about getting rid of what we value. This is white people don't. He's trying to make what we project onto the world this abstraction that exists whether we are here or not. And that's like a form of arrogance, but it's also a consequence of his ability to see the world, whatever his IQ level is. So he's seeing that I feel like there's this beauty. He doesn't realize that that's not universal. Everybody's beauty is not the exact same. Western kind has a particular beauty it projects onto the world. You have in the West anti-white ideology that promotes the destruction of that projection. That projection is not an abstraction, and it seems so random to be taking that abstraction down because it has nothing to me. It's no connection to me, as Cucker would say in his high-pitched voice. It does have every connection to you, and the people destroying it know that.
Ugliness, malice, ineptitude, corruption, all the things we thought we didn't want, now they are being aggressively pushed to the very top of the society. And so, like, what is that? That is the spirit of destruction that I mentioned earlier. And there's no rational explanation for it. There's only
it's so sad that that is the message that most white people will take away. They're not here. I mean, you should be sharing the URL like crazy. You should be giving the stream a thumbs up like crazy. You should be promoting what we're doing here on the other platforms as well that I'm simultaneously streaming to. I got platforms not a single person watches on. There are going to be millions hearing this little. That's what's going to happen. It's just a spirit of destruction. And then all these little old Bettys out there are going to say, oh, no, it's not about race. When it's our projection that's being destroyed.
only a spiritual one, a supernatural one. Like, what the hell is going on? This is civilizational suicide, obviously.
Yeah, you know, another thing I was thinking about was making me laugh because I know you and
Caleb says Tucker is Mike Pence playing the long con game. Great to see you, brother.
And I are on the exact same page with the what we'll just call affirmative action, the minority hires. Because my thing is look,
non-white, not minority.
If you want to hire minorities to work at the airport, I don't give a shit. But when it comes to vice president,
what do you mean he doesn't give a shit? What do you mean you don't give a shit, you millionaire bitch? There are shit tons of white people who want those good-paying jobs. Lousy, good-paying jobs. There are shit tons of white people that want those jobs. They have to go out and hunt for non-white people to hire in the place of the white people that are applying. See, that's a great example of somebody with a ton of money, and they're like, well, if you want to just make it all non-white, I don't care. No shit, you don't care. Asshole.
Or running cities, or I need competence. Just whoever the most competent person.
So he wants, I don't care if it's all non-white at the airports, as long as it's competent non-whites running the city. He doesn't care what race they are when it comes to the city. He only cares about discriminating against and persecuting white people when they try to get jobs, good paying jobs with good benefits and retirement when they try to work at the airport. Notice he didn't say that he didn't say, well, he just wants, what is Corolla? Is he white? Is he Jewish? What is this guy? Notice he didn't say, well, I just want to make sure that the guy in charge is white that runs the city, competent and white. He didn't say that. He only said he wants white people to be discriminated against.
There's a million different things. One is like Vivek Ramaswamy,
yes.
I believe. All right. He's got a crazy name and he's Indian and he's 20 years younger than I am. And when he talks, I go, I like that guy.
That's how I feel.
Because
he's not white and you think he'll be competent enough, and he probably would be, to run your city better than it's being run now by your metric. But guess what? The anti-whites who dominate society across the West won't like that. They will object to that, because they're not seeing their metric satisfied. And it won't matter if you go up to them with your metric and you're like, look at my metric here. Look at how high. Look at the city. He's collecting the trash. He's doing such a great job. And look at crime is down. They're going to say, so what? Where are the white projections in this city being destroyed? You think you're going to beat fanatical, religious-esque cult anti-white members, of anti-whiteism. You think you're going to beat them with your argument about, well, the trash is getting collected on time?
Care about his ideas. I have no idea what his culture is. It's not anything that compares to mine growing up in North Hollywood. I just want to hear his ideas.
That's how I feel.
The notion that we're focusing on his race is the racist part of this equation, not the person who's agreeing with just his ideas.
But I think we're framing it wrong. And I couldn't agree with you more. I've got nothing in common on the surface with Vivek Ramaswamy, different religion, race, background, from different states. You know, it's like he's from a different business. I don't care.
Therefore, and I don't care. And therefore, he's legitimate. Therefore, he's better because objectively, it's not me. Objectively, it's not one of my people that look like me. Only the white race would say this. Think about how disgusting this is. No black person, well, that's not, I mean, can't say for every black person, but nearly no non-white people you will ever hear them say, oh, if my people, if a person who is of the same race and same religion of me as I am, if they're being discriminated against, that's good. That's what Tucker is saying. That is absolutely what he is saying. He is excited about this. He's not saying, oh, you know, this white guy here. Well, see, Tucker has brown hair, and what color his eyes does he have? But let's say that the other white guy he could be talking about is blonde haired and 7 feet tall, and he's got grayish blue eyes, and he's like, Tucker's like, I'm none of that, and I still want him. No, Tucker would not do that because the guy's white. Tucker is very cognizant of who is and who is not white.
I just think he's super smart and he takes these problems seriously. I would vote for him in a second. I couldn't agree with you more. But what I think that we are under the impression that what we're seeing is affirmative action, which we were told 50 years ago when it started was a way to enfranchise people who'd been historically disadvantaged. I don't think that's a terrible idea. Like as an idea,
really?
That's not what's happening.
As an idea? Real? How could that not be a terrible idea? Because he's rich. Because he can buy his way out of it. Because he's not in competition for those jobs. That makes him a piece of shit. This is the problem with the white race. Radical individualists that don't have a single feeling whatsoever for a white guy like me, like all of you, like millions more, paying our dues, studying our asses off, trying to get into. I had a conversation with a white guy who was an executive years ago. And total anti-white. I knew this about him. Villainy signaling anti-white before we had our conversation. And I was talking about, I had actually numerous conversations with him at different times. And he was astonished by my intelligence. Every time I saw that look on his face again and again, like, holy crap, you figured this out. Holy crap, you figured that out. And then he was just like, well, inquiring about like what I do and etc. And I started to talk to him about my struggles. And he's like totally confused. And I said, well, you know what? There aren't any programs for young white men trying to succeed in the world. There aren't any programs. There are for girls, the white girls. There are for, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And there are for non-white people, but there aren't any for, and the realization of, holy God, I'm talking to one of the victims of what I have villainy signaled my whole career up to this point. Bought my ass into a nice neighborhood where I could pay for my children and my wife and everybody to be away from this shit. I'm looking at one of the victims of that. And no, they have no shred of care whatsoever. You're never going to get white people to come together for a collective defense unless you use the concepts of Go Free that make us into a people for the individual's well-being by way of the group's well-being.
Benefit, like if you said to me, okay, we're going to have this BLM movement, and we're going to burn a bunch of your cities down and attack a lot of the things that you believe in and hold dear. But like 1/3 of the population of Baltimore will like learn to read at high school level and get good jobs. You'd be like, that's, you know, I'm not sure I'm for this, but at least someone's benefiting. No black people benefited from BLM. We're only
talking about benefiting non-white people. And again, it's like at the pinnacle of this, what anti-whiteism focuses on, and you don't focus on what anti-whiteism focuses on, is angelizing the black race. And it was by way of, and we don't even talk about these laws like affirmative action. Don't even bother talking about it. I mean, you can mention it, but you have to go into detail about how all of the laws, all of the codes, all of the rules are interpreted by way of the anti-white morality. And morality trumps every law, every rule, etc. every time. When you wrote these laws into the books, white race, when you wrote the laws into the books and you thought they're going to stand forever because I wrote it down, you were a fool. Because while you were busy writing things into law, anti-whites were busy creating a new morality because they knew that the morality would trump what you wrote every time. And it has.
They got the burned cities. Like 4 black people benefited. They stole the money and bought a bunch of houses on the west side of LA. That's the total pool of beneficiaries. So there's actually no upside to any of this. And that's why I'm saying it's not rational. It's something deeper is going on. And again, don't take any spiritual advice from me because I don't know. But I'm just saying the terms that we've used during the course of our lifetimes to describe what happens in politics no longer apply. It's bigger than that because it's irrational.
Yeah. And one of the things I was having a laugh about is on Thursday last week, and it was the Trump indictment day. So it was good for Mark Ridley Thomas, who is black. He's the first black man ever elected to LA County, the LA County board, right? So he was like the first, right? So he got indicted because he was laundering some money. And so I was like listening to the story on the radio. So Mark Ridley Thomas, first black man, LA City board.
Again, don't focus on the warts of another group of people. And when you do that, you're demonstrating that you see yourself as a radical individual, and that if this group could just be moved out of your way, then you as a radical individual wouldn't have to worry about them. Do not do that. Stop being such a radical individualist.
Board is laundering money through Marilyn Flynn, who's the former dean of USC School Social Work, first woman, first social worker, first. So I was like, okay, you have the first woman at USC, and then you have the first black man, and they're fucking their constituency.
Of course.
What is this notion of, well, if we could only get a woman in this position, when we start putting women, when we start putting people of color and black men in it, then
People
what?
of colors, MP.
They're not going to act like politicians and people.
But also, who benefits? I haven't been to the Inland Empire recently, which I think is heavily black now. Didn't used to be, but it is because I think a lot of black people who lived in LA have been moved east. That's what I've read. And I haven't been there recently, but I would be shocked if there are like a lot of black people in the state of California who are actually benefiting from any of this crap.
Nothing.
Like none.
Right.
In fact, there seems to be even more suffering, I have noticed, in black neighborhoods. So on what grounds can we justify this? Only on the grounds that it's good for the new generation of Al Sharptons who's continuing the same shtick in an effort to do the same thing, which is commit corrupt acts. That's exactly. I mean, why doesn't anyone say this? Like, since when does Karen Bass speak for black people?
I don't.
I don't think she does.
Works. I don't think she does either.
I mean, what?
Well, the other, I think it's worse than does nothing for black people. I think it's worse because I feel like a lot of this was meant to satiate.
Of course.
So you go, we're going to have the first black or African-American vice president, whatever. So rejoice, black women who are living in squalor outside of Gary, Indiana,
exactly.
right? And it'll do nothing for you. But yet there'll be a moment where it sort of satiates. It's like you're rooting for a team to win the World Series or win the Super Bowl, and then you go back to your horrible factory job and your loveless relationship.
I've got great news, Adam. It's Christmas morning, and I want to give you not an actual president.
It's white guilt, and they're trying to cure their white guilt, but all they can do is palliate it because the anti-whiteism never goes away. That's where we have the 9 words. Atonement cannot be had for a grievance never committed. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. You can't atone for something you didn't do. And that's all these white people are doing. They're trying to atone, and it never ends because all they can do is palliate. All they can do is feel good for a moment. Oh, I screwed over a white person. And that's what both of these guys are doing. I'm screwing over a white person so that I can say, fine, all the non-whites could have the jobs at the airports or whatever. You could just screw over all the white people who are at that economic level, want those jobs, but they could just have it all. And the same thing out of Tucker, too. So Viswami could have the position in government to screw the white people that would like to have that job. So that is a villainy signaling. That is an attempt to palliate as a palliative their white guilt. And they get infected with white guilt by way of meme pathogens in the anti-white narrative. We're going to take like 30, 45 seconds, 50 seconds or so. And we're going to come right back and we're going to continue with, I'm not going anywhere. We're going to continue with the story about the transgender or transgendered people or whatever, and this swimmer and women needing safe spaces when we come right back.
Nothing but a future's death, and then his host to kill. Although they knew he'd overspent, was time to pay the bill. The Lord returned to Quingyard and sent his host to fight, to raid the army of the damned and purge the parasites. Passing into honor to the brink of sorrow, then he breached their gates unnoticed, a serpent to defend. As nothing sat in Asgard to hang birds approaching throng, his rays and wings and mocked with cruel tone.
We are going to come back to that piece, but now we're going to continue rolling. So I'll reel that in, and we will continue. Just 12 seconds. All right, we're still having fun here. Let me turn that off, and we're going to get right over to this right now. So make sure you share the stream, like the stream, go crazy. Because if you don't, you're just going to be listening to Tuckers for the rest of your life. You're gonna become a cucker yourself. Is that what you want to do? Elaine, I was looking in your messages here, and I can't find where you said that he like really throws us under the bus. So tell me in the live chat. Have I gone past that point yet? But we'll come back. We'll finish that if there's more like horror for us, horror for white people from Cucker. But until then, we're going to find this other. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. What the heck? Nope, 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 nope. Why is it not showing up? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's that. Yes. We'll show this first. All right. This is the young lady herself. How's the microphone working? Is it working well? Are you feeling yourself getting excited for white well-being? Maybe I should start doing this. I'm always yelling, so instead I'll move over to whispering in your ear sweet nothings. You may put the phone beside your ear and listen closely. You are getting sleepy, very sleepy. This is Riley Gaines. Riley Gaines. She's got some muscles. You know, for a girl who is, she's the swimmer, university level. Did you all hear about this? Is this new? Are you new to this? And 36-minute mark, Jason. It gets much worse. Oh, maybe we'll have to watch. We were close to that point. So we might have to check out a little bit more. So just hold your horses. At the 36-minute mark, we'll go back. This is Riley. And for a girl who's saying guys can't compete, she's kind of manly looking. I mean, she's pretty, but, you know, she's kind of manly looking. But anyhow, she's going out and she's debating and she's giving speeches and she's like, this isn't right. Guys should not be allowed to. Girls should have safe spaces. We'll read her little tweet here and then we'll watch her video. It says, the prisoners are running the asylum at SFSU. I was ambushed physically hit twice by a man. This is proof that women need sex-protected spaces. What is a sex-protected? Is that a condom? What is a sex-protected space? No, you're not going to get a safe space for white females so that you all can still shit on white men. You go to these Title IX, folks, and that's what the anti-whites are going to amend or have amended. That's what they're changing to include imaginary females. And so females who are born biological males, imaginary females. Title IX was bullshit from the beginning. What did Title IX do for Western kind? Well, first of all, it was bullshit because female sports don't bring in money. They are nothing but a drain on the universities. So if you want to have a program for a female sport at a university and you want to have a little program, you're going to say, well, we'll take a little bit of money away and we'll give like these really small, and this is the kind of stuff that was happening, small scholarships to girls who she's going to be our lacrosse player or whatever, where they play field hockey. She's going to be this wonderful field hockey at the college level. And so she'll be able to go. So they did this and they were a drain. So they never got big. The systems never, these female sports never got big. Way of the world. I mean, that's the way it is. You want it to be more popular? Recruit some of the girls from the bra commercial and let them run around in their unsecured sports bras. So you should have a cup size and then a sports bra that really makes those suckers bounce. And I promise you will increase the dollars that are spent at those events. I promise. You make it so the girls can even run to the fence and you can stuff money in their uniform. The price will go through the roof. You'll be able to buy all brand new equipment, fields, and give scholarships away to the best females who can play volleyball and whatever else that they're playing these days. You could do that. But no, they didn't want to do that. Instead, they came along and they said, I've got an idea. We're going to make all the white guys pay for it. We'll make all the white males pay for it. See, at that time, what was it, in the 70s, right? At that time, university sports, basketball, football were not all already taken over by anti-whiteism, where they were replacing almost all the white athletes with non-white athletes. So they just said, we'll just take it from the white males. And all these little girls like Riley were just like, oh, yippies, yippies. I'm going to get to go to college for free. I'm going to get to go to college free. I'll just swim and then I'll be able to be a star. Yippies. So they took all this money away from primarily football, the football team. So which meant what? They had to go short of medical treatment. They had to go short of expansion with the extra dollars. They had to go short of a lot of different things that they could do for these young men. So the white boys who would have gotten scholarships to get into university to play a sport, which they weren't going to be able to be a pro at, but they would be able to get a good education, those scholarships couldn't go to those young white men because they were busy giving them to Riley. So she could go up to college and then gain herself about 15, 25 notches on her bedpost? You know what's going on at colleges. Don't give me this bullshit. So they made white males pay for this. Title IX, they made white males pay for this. They made white males suffer for this. And every year it's gotten worse. Every year they make, and of course, check it out to make sure what I'm saying is accurate. I'm just an entertainer. I might be a little wrong for the point of making a joke. So check it out for yourself. The ears against the door. But every year it's like, no, more money from football, more money. And then basketball became at many universities a big money maker, could pay for itself and some. Oh, money from you all too. We'll take the money from that. And now the white males not only getting fleeced by the white females, going back to remember in the 60s, the beginning of 1960, we had a 90% white country. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. Check it out for yourself. So it was coming from the white males by the white females. And then also from the white males, they said, oh no, you're not going to get the scholarship that even you would have gotten. You know, white guy A, you're not going to get one because we're going to give a scholarship to Riley to be a swimmer. White guy B, you're not going to get one because we're going to give it to Tyrone over here to be the running back instead. But yeah, Tyrone can't spell his name. This particular Tyrone played for the Redskins back in the day. Well, it doesn't matter. He's going to be a great running back. So we're going to make him a star. Doesn't matter how it reflects on the university. We don't care anymore because we have a new morality, anti-white morality. So now anti-whiteism is just marching along. Little white girls have been so happy because they've been able to be one of the recipients of the persecution of white males. And now, since the anti-white religion, the anti-white cult doesn't need white females like they used to participate, to destroy the white race, to destroy Western civilization. Now they're like, we need to further disrupt, and that's what they're always doing in anti-whiteism, our norms, our mores, our etc. And it's a norm for Western civilization that we broke up competition between males and females and between different weight classes and different age groups and all of this sort of thing, because we wanted to make it what we refer to as fair, which is an artificial creation by us inside of Western civilization. It doesn't exist without people creating fair, okay? God doesn't come down and make fair. God makes very unfair scenarios. That's a reality. So now they're saying, well, this whole gender thing, this Western idea, this expectation of behavior that if you're born a male, you're going to behave like a male. And if you're born a female, you're going to behave like a female. You're going to be that gender. You're going to be whatever that is. Well, now that's got to be destroyed because now we're at that increment of the incrementalism to anti-white hell, anti-white perdition. So now they're going to change that as well. Well, that's going to harm white females. Well, how so? Well, because males are better. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry. Generally speaking, and I know that I'll be disagreed with, and that's fine. I'm giving you my opinion. We look at Jeopardy. the dominating female is a biological male. We look at, so thinking, spelling bees, the dominating female, biological male. You look to the all of these different sciences. There are females who are STEM sciences that are dominating the females, biological males. Then you look into like fighting. Did you see this cage match the other day? The female who's a biological male, imaginary female, stomped the shit out of the biological female competitor. So at some point in the past, I want you ladies to really understand this and get down on your knees and thank white men. Because in the past, nobody said, girls are better than boys. Girls are better than men. That's not what happened. No, white men said, you know what? We want our little girls, our young women, our older women to be able to compete with their peers so that they can enjoy these things. And then they can be champions. Because if they compete with us, they're just losers. And so white males established this. And then white females stabbed us in the fucking backs. And now you have swimmers like this, top of the pyramid for biological female swimmers, Riley Gaines, and she says, this is proof we need protected spaces. No. I hope you lose your ass off. You'll have to come up with something on the side if you want until they persecute you for it, where you say, okay, officially the college and the colleges getting together in competition here are saying these 3 biological males are the top 1, 2, and 3 in this collection of universities, but we're going to have a magazine off to the side or whatever that's going to say, okay, the 4, 5, and 6 that are biological females, they're the real top of. You're going to have to do that because the time has come. And no white males out there better try to stand up and say, I'm going to go to bat for the females because we will beat your fucking ass into the ground. That's how sick and tired of it we are. The day's going to come when a white male, and that's all is a male, not a man. When you white knight, you're a boy. Because everyone knows what you're doing when you're white knighting and you step up and you're like, no, I'm going to come to the defense of the girl. You are just trying to pay for sex with that subservient behavior. You're trying to pay for attention with that subservient behavior. Well, the day will come where when you do that, you bitches out there, there'll be a bunch of other white guys who will totally ignore the female at that point and whatever the bitch did wrong, and they will beat you to fucking death, or you will wish you're dead. No more serving women like they are some sort of royalty. End of that. Now we serve the good of Western kind. And if a bitch gets in the way of that, oh well. And if some guy wants to stand up in white knight, well, I guess you're going to be learning how to eat through a straw, buddy. Trying to pay for these favors. Everybody knows what you're doing. And obviously, since it has to be said, since there are so many people in the white race now with 90 IQs, if some woman is having the shit stomped out of her, you stop the fight, just like you would if it was some little man having the shit stomped out of him. Everybody knows exactly what I'm saying. And so any interpreting it to mean something that it does not is on you, not on me. Still only further assures me I'm doing something right. Oh, and I want you silent. Speak louder. Okay, bitch. When were you speaking out for the young white men? When were you speaking out for them? Are you speaking out for your white male peers right now? In the classroom? Every class that this Riley goes into, they're demonizing the white race, and the specific target there is white males. Does she speak out then? I'm going to guess no. Because if she did, they wouldn't be talking about her in the news. Let's see how the anti-whites, and that's what matters. What matters here, again, I'm going to point out, it's not that these are people who are imaginary the other sex. It's that they're anti-white. Because again, if there is a person in the world who is biological male or female, and they don't believe that's what they are, but somehow they can put it together so that they can function in the world without anybody knowing. In other words, not having to get to children with sex shows, not having to force people to obviously look at you and see that you're either a man or a woman and not the other thing and be confused by it, and force people to celebrate that you are anathema to a normal Western expectation for behavior. If you can go out into the world and convincingly present yourself as the opposite sex, if there are people like that, and I'm sure there are, then go do it. You don't need to destroy Western civilization. You don't need access to children. Just if you feel that you're totally different, go be that and shut up. This is all about destroying the West. This is about upturning another norm in the West. It is about white erasing our mores.
Are you ready?
Look at this scary shit. She's in this classroom, and this is not her. No, this is her camera, I think. And she was speaking. Now the anti-whites are going ballistic in the room. And for anybody out there that's like, well, no, Jason, it's about transgenderism. Really? Was it about when it was about immigration and it was all brand new to the classrooms? Was it what it was about when it was about female empowerment and it was in all the classrooms? It was just getting started. It was always about anti-whiteism. Stop being led around by the nose. They turn the lights off in the room. What's the purpose of that? To physically assault, to physically terrorize. This is what anti-whites do. Psychologically terrorize. Don't fall into the trap of being stuck in the anti-white narrative and inverting what you hear the person yelling, trans rights or human rights. Don't invert that.
Yeah, you fucking trans fucking bitch. I fucking see you. Trans rights are human rights.
So there's the one right there. A lovely, lovely woman. Look at this one. Lovely woman screaming right in the face.
Trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights.
And why would they need to turn out the lights? Why would they surround? What were they going to do surrounding you? The whole thing is about terrorism. Every one of these people in a healthy Western country would be arrested for terrorism. It would be anti-white terrorism. Someone disagree. You have a disagreement with somebody who holds a thought. Well, then you're going to have to make your case in a calm, rational way. You are not going to be able to scream like a banshee from hell in their face and go to their homes and behave and dress like psychos so that they think that their lives are in danger. Because we know, we're adults. We know what you're trying to do. This is not your First Amendment. We know that your intent is to terrorize into compliance. You better, and just think about it right now, you better know that if we surrounded somebody, some anti-white who came to speak, especially some female, and we were screaming in the woman's face as she's trying to flee, and officers are trying to carry her away from us, and we're screaming, white rights are human rights, white rights are human rights, that we would all go to jail. It would all be trespassing charges with the intent to terrorize, with the intent to kill, with the intent, you know it. That's not the end of the argument. You're not talking about a double standard. You mentioned that to use the key concepts. You mentioned that to empower people with the ideas that free them from anti-whiteism. Okay, like the screaming that you hear in absolute movies. There's another one of them screaming like psychos, and you can actually, it's another video, and you can see her just being like hauled away, and they're laughing at her for crying, and they're making fun of her for that. And then what, of course, is whisking her away? Males. It looks like several white guys and maybe one or two non-white guys, cops and security. Why isn't it girls, Cupcake? Why isn't it a bunch of girls? And then the really despicable thing is, after this other video, we're going to just go on because we're burning up time. The other video, after they run her off and they take her off, Riley, into another room, all of these anti-white filth begin cheering and laughing. These are demons. These are cackling demons from hell. Anti-white demons from hell. No good person is going to be caught up in that. Let's watch a little bit of this and we'll get back to the Tucker thing, 36-minute mark, in just a moment. We were almost there, but gets much worse. I wanted to look at this with y'all because this is what, obviously, what Fox News is going to be saying about this.
Well, the Biden administration is unveiling new Title IX rules that would bar federal funding for schools and colleges that enforce bans on trans girls playing on girls' sports teams. If approved, the proposal would still give schools some flexibility.
All right. Who's this woman here? The normal woman is the black lady. What's this woman's name?
In some instances, to ban transgender athletes depending on factors.
This woman here is an anti-white that used to be, looks like a guest on Fox, and she's pretty enough and is radical anti-white, so they hired her. Well done, Fox.
Like age and sports, it is expected to face several major legal challenges. The president of a conservative watchdog group says, quote, without a doubt, institutions are going to err on the side of, quote, inclusion because they fear the wrath of the education department.
Look at this, how dumb this is written. And so you all know, this word right here, ERR, is It's pronounced Err on the side of inclusion. Yeah, just use their verbiage so that you can be controlled by them.
The U.S. achieving the department's end goal while allowing them to maintain plausible deniability that they coerce districts into doing so. At least 20 states right now impose bans on restricting or...
Peter, it means to make an error. The reason for the mispronunciation so widespread is that error is pronounced with that error in it.
Restrictions for transgender athletes. Let's bring in Clay Travis. He is the founder of Outkick. Clay.
Look at Clay with his little pink jacket. You're so sweet. You're such a sweetie, Clay. And this guy, every time I see him on here, anywhere, he is the most insipid cuck-servative you'll ever listen to.
So the Biden administration Title IX policy already prevented discrimination based on gender, but now this new rule would prevent.
Why does this Randy guy look homeless? He looks like a homeless man that found a jacket in a dumpster and he cleaned it off and put it on. But he makes big money. They have him on all the time.
Discrimination based on gender identity. So critics say that essentially forces these sports teams to recognize the gender of student athletes. Excuse me,
this is crazy.
Their gender identity rather than biological identity.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. This is crazy. What the Biden administration is doing is they are expanding Title IX, which has allowed women's athletics to roar to record popularity.
Right, which is completely despicable. If they were going to roar to popularity, then they should have done it on their own dime. They should have done it with their own ingenuity rather than fleece white males.
By treating men and women's athletics equally. I mean, for people out there who don't really understand.
Is it really equal when you have to fleece? No, of course not. It's all about perspective. That's why you can't just listen to malefactors' arguments and the cases they make, because they will deceive you.
Understand how this applies on a collegiate level, for instance. It requires roughly equal scholarships for both men and women in a college setting.
I mean, can you believe that? So let me say that, because that's what I want to say really about him saying that. Just reminded me. What ultimately did Title IX do for the white race? I was talking about the persecution and discrimination, the suffering of white males, how their programs were undermined financially because they had to start paying for all of these other programs that didn't make a dime for the school, didn't pay back, just a giant black holes for the sports programs that did make money for the university. But what else ended up happening? Well, a bunch of white females that should not have gone to college went to college. And they went because they got free rides, all of it paid for, because they were going to be field hockey specialists, because they were going to play female basketball. They were going to play they could play some volleyball. They could play some. Those girls are hot, but nonetheless, they were going to play some volleyball. And then so they went to university. And what happened to all these females that went to these universities to play sports? Well, they were all horrifically propagandized with anti-whiteism. So white females that should have been learning how to be mothers and wives, to have wonderful families. Obviously, not all females are cut out for that. But a great percentage of these females that went off to university, instead of learning how to be great mothers and wives and perpetuators, the hand that rocks the cradle of Western civilization, they went to university to play some dipshit, useless sport. And they got totally propagandized. And because anti-whiteism lays it on thick on the feels, that just spoke right to the female heart. They became radical anti-whites. And they came out of those institutions as destroyers of Western civilization. And not only that, while they were at university, they learned how to become downright whores. Many of them, after they got good and white guilted, whores to non-white males. That's what Title IX did for Western civilization. You obviously are going to have exceptions to the rule, but that's the rule.
What they are now saying is men who identify as women should be counted as women by and large, unless you're going to specifically exclude them.
Good.
This is crazy, right? Men are bigger, stronger, and faster than women. We've seen this play out, whether it's the Leah Thomas situation or bigger, stronger, faster, biologically. Like, this is the reality. This is why men's and women's sports are separated.
What did she do?
There is a
insecure at all? Oh my God.
Identify as women should be counted as women by and large, unless you're going to specifically exclude
Oh my God, what is she? Insecure much? Insecure. Did she just turn 6 years old? Oh my God.
This is crazy, right? Men are bigger, stronger, and faster than women. We've seen this play out, whether it's the Leah Thomas situation or every sport. Bigger, stronger. Men who identify as women should be counted.
We have to stop. He was just talking about how men are physically faster, stronger. And this insecure little cupcake leapt in and said, oh, but not better. No, honey. Yes, better. Better. Yes, better. That's why you object to biological males competing in the all-female things. Intelligence, physical activity. You don't want the biological males who want to present as females competing. But not better. Have we all not grown up with that insecure bitch right there? How many of you had that insecure bitch in your life? sometimes several of that one right there, that insecure bitch.
Counted as women by and large, unless you're going to specifically exclude them. This is crazy, right? Men are bigger, stronger, and faster than women. We've seen this play out, whether it's...
Oh my God. Look at her face. The very second he says that, look at how her face gets ugly. And then look at it right now. She's like, oh, but not better. Are they bigger and faster? Wait, they're not better. What's your metric of better? Do they beat you all in STEM sciences? Do they beat you all in the spelling bees? Do they beat you all in Jeopardy? But not better. We're better than you. Anti-white bitch. Look at how mad and ugly this bitch is.
Exclude them. This is crazy, right? Men are bigger, stronger, and faster than women.
Ooh, look. Literally, like not a second, like a quarter of a second. This is the face she makes when he said that men are bigger and faster, stronger and faster. That's the face she makes. That's the face of anti-whiteism. That's the face of anti-whiteism. Doesn't care what reality is. Gonna live in a fiction. You know what, bitch? Go back to the nursery room. You can have your fucking fairy tales with children because that's all you are. You're a child in an adult body with titties and an ass. That's all the power you have is titties in your ass. Mentally, emotionally, you're just a child. Get back in the nursery room, bitch. It's a fact.
Seen this play out, whether it's the Leah Thomas situation or every sport.
Look, and then she does like this little, like sly, like ride, like I just told you off.
Bigger, stronger, faster, biologically, right? This is the reality. This is why men's and women's sports are separated. This is
she
why
can't even like shake her head to that.
There is a women's track and field gold medal for every sprint, and there also is for women. If biological men are allowed to compete against women, what we see is they directly knock women out of being able to win championships because biology.
Listen, Rory says, don't tell me that you never enjoyed watching a game of ladies beach volleyball. You know, I said that a lot of good looking women out there playing the beach volleyball. Now, I have not been able to watch more than just 5 minutes at best of that. And probably the reason why is that the camera crew is not doing a good job. I don't give a shit about what their points are. I don't care. No guys care who's winning. If you want to make volleyball, women's volleyball, lucrative, there are different places you got to be pointing those cameras during the game. Let's be real. If women want beach volleyball to be profitable so that they don't have to fleece the white males of the university, or you want people to watch it during the Olympics, then women need to be saying, you got to point this thing between my legs, at my backside, at my breast, whatever. Who cares about the points?
Is real. This is crazy. This is radical. This also is anti everything in sports, right? We have age limits in sports. We have weight limits for boxing fights. Heck, if you're in high school, the small high school typically does not compete against the gargantuan high school.
Yeah, okay. And Randy. Clay, why is that the case? It's because in Western civilization, we instituted that. That's why that's the case.
We try to insist on an equal playing field for athletes. Remember, just take it outside of this gender identity ridiculousness. A few years ago, there was a 14-year-old pitcher in Little League Baseball who was competing against 12-year-olds. He was from the Bronx.
Oh, shut up.
They found out to be a lot better than a 12-year-old boy, especially when inflation is making it more likely and that reasonable Democrats won't speak.
Somebody who agrees with you is champion swimmer Riley Gaines. She was forced to essentially barricade herself in a room at San Francisco State last night after giving a speech about saving women's sport. She posted this video on Twitter.
Caleb says, notice how she talks back to this guy because she knows he's beta. Yeah, and in the anti-white world, a white male has no value, has no standing. Oh, he says, I bet she wouldn't say that if we double teamed her. Yeah, like we did the woman running for mayor.
Take a listen.
Hey, you. I see you. I'm gonna bust you up.
You
She
crying?
says that she was ambushed and hit physically 2 times. What do you say to that, Clay?
Oh, well.
Well, Riley Gaines is a hero. And unlike
She's a
this
hero.
embarrassing Nike, for instance, using a man who's pretending to be a woman to sell sports bras and leggings, Riley Gaines is a hero. And
Wait a second. Is he really selling sports bras? I was joking when I saw the sports bra commercial.
And I think the real tragedy here is that so few women's athletes have been able or willing to join Riley Gaines and speak out against this. In the same way,
That's the tragedy, that female athletes have been unable to join Riley in speaking out.
that if you look at J.K. Rowling, the Harry Potter author, look, no one is saying that people can't identify as whatever gender they want to identify as if they're adults and it makes them happier.
No, we are saying that. You see, this is Clay's Fox News take. Nobody has said, so they've already surrendered the ground. Hey, if you're an adult and you want to go out in the world, you want to make me call you a ma'am while you have an unshaven beard and all of this, you want to make me do that and celebrate that? Nobody's saying you can't do that. Fuck all that. No, look, if you want to present yourself as so female that I and other people can't tell, then live that life, then do that. You're not going to make me do shit. Nobody is saying. That's exactly what we're saying. We have standards in Western civilization. We have norms, Fox News. This is all conservatives do. They say, oh, what is it you, and so it's the anti-white lights at Fox News and Republican Party, conservative mouthpieces. And the anti-white lights say to the anti-white radicals at the Democrats, at MSNBC, and the rest. They say, what is it you want? Oh, okay, you want us to be forced to call a person ma'am when it's clearly a male? Okay, well, we'll let you have that. Actually, why are you surrendering? This reminds me of all those years ago. I saw a skit when all of these anti-whites were coming into France from everywhere around the world. Do you remember this? And when they first started rioting, these let's not even call it, let's call it what it is, anti-white terrorist assaults on entire sections of cities in France. And do you remember the French government? Everybody thought initially, whoa, the French government is going to go gun them down. And instead, the French government kept pulling back. And that's been going on all along. And why did they keep pulling back and acquiescing? Because of the morality, the anti-white morality of the day, okay? So there was a skit on Saturday Night Live. And the Frenchman, somebody playing the French president at the time, whoever that was, stepped up to the lectern and they had the French flag up and everything. And he said, we have one message for the rioters. We surrender. That is the tombstone. That is the epitaph for the tombstone of all conservative media and Republican Party and radical individualistic parties who consider themselves on the right throughout the West. We surrender. Look, I got no problem if they want to make me say ma'am.
But this idea that this just happened in Canada recently. A guy with a beard decided he was going to identify as a woman and set all-time weightlifting records. Again, men are bigger, stronger, and faster than women. If you allow men who have gone through puberty, who are full-fledged men, to suddenly decide that they're going to identify as women, they are going to win every single women's competition in America and around the world. So the fact that this is not being addressed, and that these violent protesters, by the way, I think they should be held accountable. I hope that Riley Gaines presses charges against those people. We've moved really rapidly from I am woman, hear me roar, to anyone can be a woman and a man can become the great.
So it's like he's saying, I am woman, hear me roar. Totally accept that. I don't accept that shit at all. I have been, and millions of other white males, victimized by this girl power, girl boss bullshit. From in the future, as we reclaim and retake what's ours, it's going to be, I am woman, hear me bake.
Greatest women's athlete of all time. That's where we are right now. It's wrong. People need to speak out against it.
Well, one California school board just voted to uphold this policy. It directs staff to keep a student. This is related. Keep a student's gender transition.
And we're going to go back
secret.
to Fox in just a moment. Make sure you share the
From the
URL.
student's family. The vote happened in Chico, California, and it comes as the district there is facing a lawsuit over this exact issue. What's happening is a mother there is suing. She says that a guidance counselor at her daughter's school worked.
This is going on to another subject. That was so funny when that woman was like, but not better. 6 years old. You see, she makes 6 figures. She has power because of it. Who knows how many homes she owns that she derives passive income from. Maybe she even owns office buildings with all that kind of money. She takes wonderful vacations. Her money is able to get, and her status on television is able to get her subservience on vacations where she goes, where she's recognized at posh places, at boutique salons, and the rest. And her mentality is that of a 6-year-old. Let's go back to Tucker really quickly. We'll see what that is. Then we're going to keep rolling. Please share the URL or I will kill you. How does that sound? How does that sound? Travis. What a loser. All right. Said it was at the 36-minute mark.
But a symbolic present.
Oh, wait,
Here's
it
a
is
symbolic
36.
victory for you. we passed that.
Right.
I will say this, if I can just make one prediction. So the United States is becoming non-white. Everyone's excited about it.
What?
Or whether you're not president, but a symbolic present. Here's a symbolic victory for you. we passed that. Right. I will say this, if I can just make one prediction. So the United States is becoming non-white. Everyone's excited about it. Or whether you're not excited about it, it doesn't matter. Whites are going to be in the minority. So what that means soon. So what that means is.
He said everyone's excited about it. And he didn't disavow the excitement. Let me look at it again, how he says it.
Or right. I will say this, if I can just make one prediction. So the United States is becoming non-white. Everyone's excited about it. Or whether you're not excited about it, it doesn't matter. Whites are going to be in the minority. So what that means soon. So what that means is you're going to get at some point, probably in my lifetime, people stand.
Would you say that something that would be horrible for your family, that everyone is excited about it, even in irony? Your immediate family? My family's about to be thrown out on the streets. Everybody's excited about it. In the neighborhood. Would you say that even in irony? Talk about villainy signaling right there. I can't say that he's expressing excitement, at least yet.
So the United States is becoming non-white. Everyone's excited about it.
Although he's pointing to himself when he's thinking the sentence that he then says. So he's saying a sentence, but that's not the sentence he's thinking. He's going to be thinking the sentence that's coming. And that's when he points to himself. Watch that again.
Right. I will say this, if I can just make one prediction. So the United States is becoming.
Okay. He's pointing at himself right there. We're saying the United States is becoming non-white. And while he's saying that sentence, he's thinking of the next sentence, which is this.
Everyone's excited about it.
Pointing to himself when he's thinking everybody's excited about it. Wow.
Or whether you're not excited about it, it doesn't matter. Whites are going to be in the minority. So what that means soon. So what that means is you're going to get at some point, probably in my lifetime, people standing up and saying, I represent white people. I'm the candidate of the white voter.
Right.
What's wrong with representing white people? Why can't somebody stand up against the victimization of white people? What's wrong with that, Tucker? No one can object to the victimization of white people. That's immoral. And of course, it's immoral because he is inside the anti-white narrative and he subscribes to the anti-white morality. So it is more immoral. So he's got a villainy signal, going to say that he's more the morality of anti-whites than they are. This is the conservatives again trying to own the radical anti-whites by being more anti-white than they are. How smart of you, you empty-headed Ken doll.
And I just want to say on the record that I'm going to tell that person to fuck off because nobody speak. I'm an adult man.
What?
And
what?
Make one prediction. So the United States is becoming non-white. Everyone's excited about it. Or whether you're not excited about it, it doesn't matter. Whites are going to be in the minority. So what that means soon. So what that means is you're going to get at some point, probably in my lifetime, people standing up and saying, I represent white people. I'm the candidate of the white voter.
Right.
And I just want to say on the record that I'm going to tell that person to fuck off.
Oh my God. Tucker says that if somebody stands up to put an end to the victimization of white people, Tucker is going to tell that person to F off. What a bitch. What a villainy signaling anti-white bitch he is. This is Scott Adams. This is another filthy rich, self-serving, radical individualistic white person. His particular bit that he does is to appeal to white America, conservatives, etc., nationalist America, patriotic America, to make his millions. Scott Adams to appeal to radical anti-whites to make his millions. Both of them are identical. They're both heads on that monster turd baby that has been shat out by anti-whiteism, along with all of the afterbirth ideas. He's going to tell them to F off. Why? Because you have the money to be able to escape that victimization. Your daughters will escape that victimization. What a piece of shit. That is disgusting. How absolutely reprehensible. How absolutely irresponsible. Because there are going to be many white people that are going to adopt that position because this little empty-headed Ken doll said so. There are going to be white people who repeat that sentence. It's going to be terrible in the future when we're a numerical minority because there's going to be white people who stand up for white people.
Because nobody speaks. I'm an adult man, and nobody speaks for me because he shares the same skin color as me. Like, I just reject that entire idea.
There goes right to it's just skin color.
If I
They're
agree,
still attacking you on the basis of your race. And there are white people still being harmed on the basis of their race. We know that you can escape it with your money. For now.
I'll let you speak for me. And if I don't, I won't. But this idea that someone of a certain skin color, or any ethnic background, speaks automatically on behalf of all people who share that skin color or ethnic background is a Nazi idea, and I'm totally opposed to it. And I will be opposed to it when it happens to me.
So blame, of course, right to history, Godwin's law, right to the breaking out the Nazi again. This Eidolon, this Nazi Eidolon. Let's just go to the cemetery. I'm just gonna keep breaking out this dead horse. Let me drag this dead horse out of the cemetery. I'm gonna beat it some more. It's all just bones and dust now, but I'm gonna keep beating this dead horse. So I want you to note the really important thing here. That is this: that your average person who considers themselves a conservative, a Tucker fan, Fox News fan, the average person you're probably going to talk to again and again in your life considers, as a consequence of the anti-white narrative, that the defense against the victimization of white people is Nazism. He just did that. He just said that a white person wanting to advocate for the end of the victimization of white people, he said standing up for white people is Nazism. What is Nazism in the minds of the hundreds of millions? It is the genocide of an entire race of people. It is the scores and scores of millions killed in a war to conquer the world. Don't tell me that's not what was happening and all this other kind of shit. The question is, rhetorical question, because I already know the answer. What's in the minds of the hundreds of millions? And I just answered it. So, the defense of white people is the equivalent of genociding non-white people, of wanting to take over the world and cause the deaths of scores and scores of millions. My friends, you will never be able to defend against our victimization, to push back on anti-whiteism, if you allow people like this to set the tone and tenor of the conversation. You've got to get right into this, right into, metaphorically, the face of a hollow-headed Ken doll like this right here. Get right into his face and tell him what a white son of a bitch he is. Anti-white son of a bitch he is. You don't debate what happened in World War II. I don't care what happened in World War II. I don't care what happened in the rearview mirror. You demand to know of people like this, the headless, or the empty-headed Ken dolls in your world. You demand to know why they're so anti-white that they would equate putting an end to the victimization of white people with genocide and world domination at the cost of scores of millions of lives. Because you've got to address that immorality to get to a healthier place. You've got to put them on the spot and demand to know why they're so goddamn immoral. What a turd. I mean, what a turd.
This will happen. Someone's going to, oh, white people. And I'll be like, I don't even know you, dude. I don't even know you. I refuse to allow you to purport to speak for me because we look the same. Period.
Okay, so that's why this motherfucker is never going to have me on his show. That's why. Tucker, if you ever hear this, I doubt you will. You wouldn't even give me 2 seconds because I'm a white guy who objects to the victimization of white people, which means all these horrible things in the world for you. Because you can live in the nice neighborhood. You can send your girls to the nice schools with their bodyguards that everyone else on my economic level and even rungs above my economic level and certainly below, they don't have guards for their daughters, you motherfucker. They don't have guards. They don't get to live in a gated neighborhood, you motherfucker. They got to live with the consequences of anti-whiteism that you're villainy signaling to. So my guess is you're never going to have me on your show. Let's see how brave you are, Ken doll. Have a white guy. Here's a white guy right here. You got a problem with me? Here's a white guy right here that objects to the victimization of white people. You want to reject me for that? Piece of shit. God, this is a piece of shit. Don't worry, I'm not burning any bridges. This piece of shit would never have had me on.
Period.
Well, this is the real white privilege. It's not having a spokesperson. It's not having...
that's so deep. That's so deep. Sorry, I'll let you continue. I've never thought of that. I love that, though.
I've said it many times.
The real white privilege. So there is such a thing as white privilege. We're going to have to wrap it up. We can go back to it if there's more. But Adam Carolla says there is such a thing as white privilege. He's going to confirm this meme pathogen that harms white people. And then he's going to say, oh, but I'm going to define it even further, and therefore I own it. And therefore I'm more of it, another owning of the anti-whites. Is that we don't have to have a spokesperson. And all these non-white people who have folks who go out there and advance their group well-being and thereby increase the individual well-being, that's them being harmed by that? Holy shit, Adam. Holy fucking shit. We'll take a very, very brief bumper. 29 seconds, 26 seconds, and we'll be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. What do you all think about that? I'm speechless. Boy, Elaine was right. That guy got even worse. He got even worse. It's Nazi. I'm not even gonna. You let me know. I'm gonna take a look at your financial gifts. I want to get into your comments, and we're gonna keep rolling with a couple of words from the Go Free lesson of the day. But I want to know what you all think about both Rhines and Cucker, Dickless Cucker. Dickless Cucker. How many men did you watch, Cucker? Who's the real father of your girls? Head on over to Entropy, which is up and running. There is one more financial gift over here, and it is from the great Dandy Westman. Let's get some 07s. He reached the $20 minimum, some 95s in there. 07s, 95, some raucous emojis for Dandy Westman, who we celebrated for his epic swash on the internet. He says, thanks for the recognition earlier today in today's gathering. Erasing the historical and cultural memory of Western kind is where biological white erasure begins. Oh, so true. Brilliantly put by Dandy Westman. I mean, 07's just for that. Erasing the historical and cultural memory. And that's what this call me ma'am with a beard and everything. That's what it's doing. If you want me to call you ma'am, then look like a woman and I'll call you ma'am. I won't know. If you feel you're a woman, then look like one. Erasing the historical and cultural memory of Western kind is where biological white erasure begins. That's brilliant, folks. Removing statues of white people serves as a substitute for living, breathing whites and is a rehearsal for anti-whites that want biological white erasure. Precisely. And perhaps you remember we talked about that, these were effigies that were stand-ins in lieu of actual white people, putting the nooses around the statues, dragging them down the streets. Folks, this is done to us in our once great country of South Africa. It has been done to us in our once great country of Rhodesia. It is done to us in other places across the West from time to time when the law and order of our civilizations that we create break down and anti-whites do to us whatever they want to do to us. That's what happened. So they did it in the statues, to the statues in America, set them on fire. That'll be our bodies, in my opinion, if we don't recapture our destiny. And this is how we recapture the destiny. This is how we recapture it. There's no amount of, well, it's going to be violent when they come, so we need to get ready for violence now. Dipshit, it's 1 on 10 million. Those are the odds at the moment. And they have the moral imperative. They're going to be fanatical. They're going to be totally fanatical. They're going to be willing to race with their flesh at the barricades, catching bullets to take you out. There ain't no amount of bullets and guns. You got to win the moral imperative or you lose. All right, let's check over here. Looks like we got a attaboy symbol over there. We got Spartan, which was that today? You said you made my day with that tirade. We have some new people who have followed me over there on D Live. Thank you. Hey, folks, can you give a like over there on D Live? They censor the shit out of me over there. Take this stream and share it with everybody else on D Live. If that's where you like to view, then share that URL with others who like to view what's going on D Live. And looks like we've got some 4 lemons from Board Troll. Thank you very much for those lemons. Board Troll. And we have, it doesn't say like the dates on any of these, so I don't know. But thank you very much. If you gave me any of the cryptocurrency over there, let me know in the live chat so that I will look up and see it and recognize you. I want to make sure I recognize you. It's all a little blurry to me, and I can't really tell at that distance on the monitor, and I can't tell which ones are old or which ones might be new. So I appreciate it. Somebody says, looks like Luis, is that what it is? Says, just follow. Jason's amped tonight. I am amped. And we have over here on Odyssey. Question Everything says that I guess this swimmer, that she's from South Africa. So she should be saying a lot more than, we need safe basic for females. All right, what do we have? Okay. Thank you for that. It's from Question Everything tagged me over there. All right. Remember to tag me. And that'll help me see your comments. I'm going to swivel around back to here, and we'll see if there's anything on Cash App, and we will continue. The great Jerome V is with us, ladies and gentlemen. He has entered the building. We have the ever-dependable sister among sisters. I love Jesus Christ on this Easter Sunday. A happy Easter to you, sister. Financially gifting $10 as she is wont to do. And she writes as she is wont to do because her heart is pure for white well-being. God bless you. I appreciate that. We also have, whoa, whoa, whoa. I need to have like a video that is all like celebration to make happen on the screen. No white guilt clips. Y'all know what to do. 007s on this Easter Sunday. Raucous emojis. Toss him some gems at the feet of No White Guilt Clips. Make sure you get out the crown. And if you're good at Frisbee or the boomerang, make sure you throw the crown on this man's head. Throw the crown on this man's head. Make sure it lands firmly. Because on this Easter Sunday, this champion, working man, a regular working man, but extraordinary in his service to white well-being, extraordinary as already a statue in our pantheon, No White Guilt Clips, financially gifted $300 US. I thank you to East Van Tony for celebrating, Claire for celebrating, Art Acrobats for celebrating, Franklin for celebrating, Graybeard for celebrating, Elaine Sabatino. Let's see those celebrations for this brother of ours. Hey, we all know how amazing No White Guilt Clips is. There's no joke about this glorious champion. $300. I mean, this guy's testimonial after testimonial with these financial gifts. And he doesn't stop making all the clips. He's working. He's financially gifting. He's making the clips. He's going out into town. He's taking the actual instructions that we give and then immediately implementing them verbatim and crushing people. He's like from a comic book. God bless you, man. Thank you all. C-Note celebrating. Patrick of Southtown, wonderful to see you, sir, celebrating. Elaine celebrating. NWG Paradigm celebrating. Azimuth Clark celebrating. Peter celebrating. Vase of Flowers. Spike Art Acrobats again. Fit and healthy at any age. Old Rack celebrating. C-Note back with some more. Franklin back with some more celebration. Tomb of Arminius with some celebration. Nancy Drew with some celebration. Jerome V with some celebration. Yeah, that's right. Lock and low, baby. Lock and low. Ursa Major with 3 007s, loving it. We got gems. We got okay signs, our attaboy signs. We got like a heart in fire. We got fireworks going on. We got happy faces. We got swashbuckling flags. That's right, Elaine. That's awesome. This is our house. This is our house. Face of Flowers says it's our place. This is our house. That's right. We own this house. YouTube is ours. We own this house, baby. Celebrating. We celebrate the celebrators. God damn, No White Guilt Clips, man. I'm going to tell you what. Y'all are going to meet in person No White Guilt Clips, and you're going to think one of these days, or you'll come across him. You won't even know it's him. And you're going to think, hey, that's like a regular guy. And really, that guy's walking 10 feet tall and his feet 3 feet off the ground. Epic, man. Epic. I even pulled up tabs for both his shorts and his regular videos to share them regularly so that I have to see them regularly. And I share them. I got to get even better at sharing them. I want to magnify what that hero does. We are all there. Everybody in this pantheon, everybody that comes in can be a statue. And everybody that comes in can be worshipped as one of the gods of the reclamation of our destiny. You got to be a doer. You can make your history here. No one here is a nameless, faceless nothing like you see in all of these other live chats and you see on all these other channels. God bless them. You're not nameless and faceless here unless you choose to do nothing. Be a hero. You might even be a hero in quiet that we don't even know about. I've met people that have been working away and they're like, here are a bunch of my accomplishments. And I didn't know the entire time. There are folks like that too. But be the hero in the story that you want written about you. And this, you do it with these kind of acts. You do it like Franklin, wallpapering a whole state. Or finding wallpaper all over the place. I mean, this is how you do it. You do it by like Dandy Westman, showing up here and there, battling everywhere. And I'm like, there's that guy again. It's like the back in the day on Sega, the Sonic the Hedgehog, and it's just like zip, zip, zip. And you're like, whoa, suddenly there's all kind of love and hope and redemption everywhere. Be this, be it, man. Don't just watch it, be it. It's Team WWB here and forever. Team WWB. We're going to win every game because there's all of us against the people who are other leaders of other communities. It's just them and their vassals, their immediate vassals, who are just going to serve their will until they finally decide to get away from all of the pompousness, all of the arrogance. And then they tell stories about how awful their leader was. This is for real. God bless these people. Malone LeVay is here. Montana Kid. Great to see you all. We have here, keep those raucous emojis going. 07's raucous emojis. Another champ has stepped up to the plate on Easter Sunday to give another testimonial in dollars. A working man's dollars are his testimonial. You know where a working man's dollars go? A working woman's dollars go? You know where they go? Food, housing, gas. So travel, that's where they go. Medicine. Their dollars aren't going into big investments. They work for them dollars for things they need. Those dollars are food. Those digits are health care. So when they financially gift, that's a massive testimonial. I mean, we would cherish if some filthy rich person would show up like all these fetish financiers show up for everybody else. We would cherish every one of their dollars, but we know there's a big difference between their dollars and your dollars. We know there's a big difference. They don't need those dollars to be alive. $50 testimonial from old Iraq, ladies and gentlemen. 007s, raucous emojis, swashbuckling flags. Maybe we can get some. What else do we do for the swashbuckling? Swords, crossing swords. Swashbuckling flags for ORAC. $50 US. Champion ORAC here on Easter Sunday. Art acrobats, that's awesome. He's got a diamond. He's throwing the gems at his feet. Then he also has like a first place cup and party celebrations. And we got Promethea Kitchen, got a gold medal in first place cups. Love it. Patrick of Southtown has fire, lightning, fire, and then stars, like fireworks going off. I love it. Well done. You're not the kind of person who likes to go down into the emojis. Man, you could type 07, 007, 95 all day long. You could type TWWB for Team White Wellbeing all day long. Franklin, rhinos, rhinoceros, beast animals. Ace Jackson coming in. Ace Jackson with hamburgers and fries. I tell you, McDonald's makes some good French fries. I have got to give it up there. Peter's in with the 07s. White calling in with the coconut. And that's what we would be. If we were in a more primitive state, we'd break out coconuts for trophies. We'd be like, look at a pair of coconuts this guy has. Salute. Western kind with fire from Azimuth Clark. God bless you all. This is totally epic. Misty is here. Great to see you, dear sister. And she's got bunnies. She's got bunnies, bodiless bunnies and full bunnies. Love it. Celebrating our champions. And Time Traveler is here with dinosaurs. Got like a T-Rex, I think maybe the one is. Totally epic. And he found some fossils. He found some dinosaur fossils. Totally awesome. Totally white people thing. Who else do we have here? We also have Dr. Igor. Check me out, Dr. I. Check me out. Check me out. Am I looking good? Am I looking good? Am I going to get the votes? Am I going to get people showing up? They're like, oh, he's got glasses. He must be smart. He's got glasses. You know what the problem is? My great build is people see my great build, that I'm athletic, that I can fight, and they think I can't think. Can't think. That's because you've been watching movies made by people who hate us. And all the thinkers in those movies are like little emaciated trolls. The people who are strong and robust and manly, they can't be the thinkers. It's always the little emaciated trolls. They come up and they're like, let me tell you. And they're like, let me get my book here. I'm going to show you. No, I'm going to tell you what. The leaders of the West were never emaciated trolls. They were Herculean champions. The best thinkers were in the best bodies. They weren't little sickly professors. Dr. Igor, financially gifting 10 white well-being dollars. And he says also for white well-being. Team white well-being, baby. Team WWB. Team WWB in the house. We're all going to play our roles. The great Jerome says here, McDonald's fries were way better before they rolled over for the soybean lobby. They used to fry fries in beef tallow. Oh my God, I bet that was delicious. Yeah, if it's in a bean oil, it's actually not good for you. It's inflammatory, right? Beef tallow. Oh my God, must have been delicious. Way toxic than the industrial seed oils. Oh, you finished my thought there. Jerome ahead of me as always. Brilliant. Art acrobats came in with the eggs and the little bunny faces. Beautiful. I love it. Thank you so much. Remember the year I, a grown man, I got no kids, and that's the anti-whites' fault as well. What they did to our women. It's what they did to our women. That's why that didn't happen. They were all just like, I want the prettiest guys. No, the women on my level, even like a rung below looks wise, are like, no, not interested. I won't be interested in you, Jason, until I've been used up real good. It's like a cylinder in a motor where you bore it out and you make it even bigger than it was intended to be. When I'm all used up and jaded and hate men, then I'll come waddling back to you. Let's have kids real quick. I painted all those eggs. I did a marvelous job. I had a little bit of help on technique from Little Miss Kate, and they looked gorgeous. What else do we have here? The screen leapt on me. We're going to be getting to your comments. Don't go anywhere. We're at 8 o'clock Eastern time. In fact, use the opportunity to go share the URL again. It's Easter for the love of Jesus Christ. So let's reach our brothers and sisters with that love, in that spirit, in that energy. Let's go back. Where did we lose? Fit and healthy at any age. The fittest man in the world says, we have the best online community ever. We sure do, brother. We sure do. It's because we come together. We are an actual community. Promethean hails, Jason says, Patrick of Southtown. God bless No White Gill Clips, says Jerome V. How did my screen leap so far, you bastards? Over at YouTube, even though it might be my fault. Fit and Healthy at Any Age says, sexy, no white count. What did I do or say? Justin says, be careful with that McDonald's fries. They cook in seed oils. Yes, I know. See, this is the thing. You want me all to share? Want me to share something with you all? It's like a deep, dark, horrible secret. I will share a deep, dark, horrible secret. I sometimes get McDonald's fries. Hi, my name is Jason, and no more than once a week, I will get me an actual small McDonald's French fry to supplement my starvation diet. And I've got a starvation diet because I'm not Adam Carolla. You notice how Adam Carolla, he's kind of beefy, and the empty-headed Ken doll known as Cucker, he's kind of squishy. I'm neither. So I've got this starvation diet going on. And so once a week, I will supplement with a small French fry from McDonald's. And nice to meet everyone here. Does anybody else have a guilty pleasure like that? And if so, if you feel like sharing, then please do. Tag me, though. Artificer, totally cool. Artificer, were you here when I remembered that it was you who sent the totally cool black Eindelen? I love it. Artificer has got the fencing man, shields, swords crossing, totally swash, brother. We are the most swash out there. Nancy Drew says those glasses say stylishly intelligent. Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, that's probably what Fit and Healthy at Any Age was saying. Sexy. I can put these on. Do you want me to be like your therapist? Whoever you are out there. Why don't you just lie down on my couch? And I will sit here. Why don't you just loosen up that blouse? I can't see that far with the glasses on. The glasses are a very specific prescription. I can't see with them off. I can't see with them on. Which has actually improved my world quite a little bit because, my head whipping around looking at good-looking women was diminishing as Northern Virginia, D.C. has become less white. But as my vision has gotten worse, the rate at which my head whips around has gone up. So it's sort of like a connection there. It's very fascinating. Yeah, seed oils, bad news. Fit and Healthy at Any Age says we need Andrew Jackson back. Boy, we do. Could you imagine? I would immediately get together my resume. I would head straight to wherever new Andrew Jackson was, and I would say, total service. What do you need done? I've got an army of heroes that can join us. NWG Paradigm says the warrior class are the thinkers, the philosophers. They are the ones who must be aware at all times. Well said. And we have white calling with a bunch of squirrels. So we know that somewhere little Miss Kate is hiding under blankets, shaking, quivering in fear. Ooh, Boxcar has medals and military star medals. That's a great one. Lavish is with us. Hello to see you, dear sister. Crystal Quasar has joined us. Ooh, Montana kid, very smart. Has a bow with an arrow loaded and a squirrel in a tree. Taking out the squirrel threat. That's really what we need to be talking about, folks. That's really what we should be naming, the squirrels. Promethean Kitchen says, I think your audiobook go free. I link. I link your audiobook go free, and I told him, this is Tom McDonald, that it would elevate his music to the next level. And he said that he would get it when he DM'd back. So he wrote you back and said he would get the audiobook? Folks, even if Tom McDonald doesn't start making music, rap music, with the concepts that we share here in Service to White Well-Being, even if he doesn't, this is the kind of thing that we need to be doing. Promethean Kitchen just did. And so many of us do it. So many of us, none of us are watchers. We're all doers. But and we celebrate Promethean Kitchen for that. But if Tom McDonald starts using the concepts that defeat anti-whiteism for the betterment of everybody of all immutable characteristics, we're going to carry Promethean Kitchen around on our shoulder. In fact, I'll put him on my shoulders, and then I'll climb on Brant Danger's shoulders, and then Brant Danger can climb on Sloth's shoulders. We're just going to get Promethean Kitchen as high as we can. It'll be like a totem pole for the Indians, except it'll be real, and we'll all celebrate. Hey, in all seriousness, and tell Tom, if this is totally legit and Tom's actually interested, I will personally talk with him. I will make him understand in a very short period of time whatever he wants to know about how we phrase things, etc., so that he can turn that into rap music straight away. I will take time out. Where is he? California? If he wants to talk to me in person, I will go to California. I don't know how. I will find a way to get there to talk with him in person if that's what he wanted, so that he could begin making rap music that defeats anti-whiteism, the great evil of our age, for the betterment of everyone in the West. Remember to tell him that these concepts that target Western kind white people harm everyone else as collateral damage. They go after us for the freedom of speech, and everyone loses freedom of speech. Pear Lady says, is it your opinion that women shouldn't play sports? Just trying to understand your overall opinion on the topic. No, women absolutely can have sports. Absolutely. And at any and every level that women and the men who love them can get together and organize a league and man. And when we say in English, like man a team, we're not excluding women. So man a team, and it just means populate, man a team, and have their seasons and etc. They should do it with their time, their money, etc. Men should not be fleeced to pay for women's sports. So at universities, I mean, you had like females field hockey, but not many people showed up because it certainly wasn't televised, because not many people showed up because is that really like the family members are going to show up, the immediate friends are going to show up, the people they're dating are going to show up, but you're not going to see stadiums, right? People just aren't interested. I gave some examples of how you could get a lot more people interested, but they don't necessarily want to do that. So whatever they pull in should be what they have to make do with. You shouldn't be able to fleece another sport, which is almost always football, but now also basketball, to pay for all of these different female sports. Now, ultimately, most of the football teams now, and almost 100% of the basketball teams where there are black and other non-white athletes are almost 100%. Some of them, or many of them, are 100%, and increasingly are 100%. So the fleecing that's taking place, I'm talking about like an objective thing. In those cases where those programs are being fleeced and it's no longer white people are being harmed, it's like my hand is out of it. I'm out of it. I'm not even going to form an opinion. But women should absolutely, if they want to play sports, they want to be swimmers and everything, more power to them. Organize leagues, pay for it yourself, and then do whatever it takes to get an audience, I guess. And whatever you feel is, if you just want to swim just like the guys swim, okay, then fewer people are going to come want to watch that. If you want to swim in, say, bikinis, and you want to, instead of having the fastest swimmer, you have got some of the best looking swimmers, you're going to get more people. You're going to have a girl in a bikini walk around with like a number overhead, like at the ring, for people to look at and be like, whoa. Maybe you'll have a comedian that shows up. I guess it's not the pure sport, but if you want to make it nicer, you want television to be there, you want more people to want to watch, then you got to do that. That's what I mean. White Wolf is with us. Hey, folks, people are coming back from Easter meals and time with family and all. Send the URL out. We still got time together. We still have a lot to learn. Time Traveler says that his guilty pleasure is that sometimes he'll eat pork rinds. Lavish says guilty pleasure is Haagen-Dazs chocolate chip ice cream. Whoa. Be careful, sister. Be careful with that Haagen-Dazs. That can lead to gravitational pull. Jerome V says his guilty pleasure is whole milk. Really? Whoa. Often drink more than half a gallon at one sitting? Whoa, that's crazy. Sharing the guilty pleasures. Paul says he loves bagels. Loves the bagels. Justin says, try the animal-based diet. Have you heard of... no, I haven't heard of him. And most of my diet is animal. Already. But I can look him up. But yeah, most of my diet is and has been a long time. Elaine, iced coffee. Oh my gosh. With yummy ingredients, huh? Guilty pleasures. Yeah, I get my small French fries and I grab them. I look around really quickly to make sure nobody has seen. I'm like, give me that. It goes right. I would rather like openly walk with pornography than a bag from McDonald's. Let's just be, you know, they're like going to give you like a brown paper bag when you leave the adult place. No, just give me something see-through. Don't let me walk out of here with a McDonald's. Can I get one of those porno brown paper bags to put my McDonald's bag in? Can I just, I got to make a purchase. Okay. I'm just going to smuggle my McDonald's in there so I can hide my McDonald's bag on the way out. Guilty pleasure, according to Promethean Kitchen, is playing Japanese-style video games because you have to be smart to play them. Well, I mean, hey, I mean, it's exercising your mind. Nothing wrong with that. Time Traveler, he says, just remember European lore. We need to make that interview happen. Oh, yeah, that a guy that said, Time Traveler got a guy that European lore channel to say that he would love to, I guess, have me on a video. Does he do live stream? He doesn't do live streams. Bring in the imaginary ladies. Bring in the imaginary ladies. into the Title IX. I want to see those videos so bad. How about you? Where it's like right in the female locker room. And some guy walks in there. He's got like that bikini on or whatever. And he's like, I'm number 9. Title IX. That'll be great. Somebody's got to make that meme. All of their jerseys will be number 9. Patricia, swimsuits normally don't have numbers on the front and back. Mine does. Okay. Okay. All right. Who else do we have? Champions in the house. We're going out. We're sharing the URL. We're telling people, hey, if there are other streams on, if you were to go over there, I wouldn't know about it. If you were to go over there sort of as an action item and you told them about how our much more interesting stream is going and how we actually change the world, and it's totally easy to do this, and they were to come over, then, hey, that would be okay, right? I mean, I'm saying whatever you do, don't do it. But if it did, I mean, I can't stop you. All right, let's roll through here. We have grass-fed beef is preferable. Sure, yeah. Bacon, I love. Lavish is laughing. Oh, she says she will be careful. I guess it's about the Haagen-Dazs. Yeah, the thing about you end up with gravitational pull. I've seen it happen. She's like, one day it's just like, and that's like the spoonful right before it's just like, and then all of a sudden it's just like, and you're like, oh no, you've gone too far. Oh no. You start getting pulled toward them, sliding across the floor. You're like grabbing at furniture. No, please. Jogging plays. Planet stink. Oh, World Conqueror is with us. Says his guilty pleasure is queso potato chips. Queso potato. Do you ever feel the urge to drop a hat on the floor and dance around it? Just generally. I mean, not associated with those potato chips. It's fun to do. It's fun to do that. The great FourCornersG is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you, brother. Does the great FourCornersG have any guilty pleasures? Ooh, Pear Lady says dark chocolate sea salt caramels. Oh, watch out. That's another one. It's like the Haagen-Dazs. Little Miss Kate will tell you. It's like females have to work out hard and they've got to really watch. She tells me, she's like, it's harder for girls. And it is. It's true. Dark chocolate sea salt caramel. That sounds so good. Doesn't that sound good? Got to be able to make it without, like, dark so there's no dairy. Get rid of that garbage. And get rid of that sugar and the caramel and put in something else that's sweet. That sounds good, doesn't it? All right, we got coffees. We got skulls. Oh boy. First Last has entered the room. He says, happy Easter to everybody. Happy Easter. We got to get back to this, what we're doing here, for the love of God. We'll get back to some of the guilty pleasures, but we have Ivan's. How was I talking about? How did I do Ivan's accent earlier? And I don't remember. Ivan's guilty pleasure. I love this. Talking in the third person is listening to anime music. What kind of music is that? I don't think I've heard of that before. Southern Bloom is with us. Hello, sister. How are you? Forno says we use butter for fried eggs. I won't have butter made from cows. Forno says Promethean hails. A big Promethean hails to the champion. Hey, let's get to some of these comments, for the love of God. And some of your comments, some more of your comments, but over here, nope, wrong document. And then we'll get to more of your comments in the live chat. Azimuth Clark, who's with us today, says, I wish Jason was in I Hypocrite's ear. He could have dropped a nuke on Bryson Gray. Jason always says using crime stats fails. They just argue the data. Exactly what we saw here. Thank you for that, Azimuth Clark. Such a telling, once again, of how right Team WWB is. You can go back and you can watch that discussion I had with I Hypocrite. We like I Hypocrite. And it's not on his YouTube anymore. It's on his Odyssey, I guess. But on the video that I posted, there's a link for it there. And unless it's up on his YouTube again, but we couldn't find it for a while. And you can go over there and you can watch it. It's actually expressly called Preparing for a Debate. And I shared a lot about how to do so. And I shared not to use data because it's easy to defeat data. And that I went that direction very early on because that's what everybody said. The data, I even had somebody on BitShit say under my video, no, thank you. I'm going to use data because that backs me up. You watched that video? You watched me review I Hypocrite debate Bryson Gray, and you still write, no, thank you. I'm going to use data because it backs me up. It doesn't back up shit. Light brain, it doesn't back up squat. What are you talking about? This is the IQ difference. And somebody made a great comment here, and we're going to read it in a moment if I come to it. But I've talked about this before. It's that IQ gap problem. So, I mean, can you imagine watching that and be like, nope, still going to go with data. So, obviously, I'm the only one that I Hypocrite has talked to that said, don't use data. This is a waste of time. And in fact, I said, just sort of like an overture, well, if you want to make a point using our method, and then you want to say, and by the way, just as like an ancillary thing that you're not putting any weight or much weight on, because they'll go after the thing that's weak. They'll always go after the weakest link in the argumentative chain of thought. You can say, oh, there's some data here that supports it, right? But otherwise, don't use it. And so you can watch. So he's had everybody else telling him data. Jared Taylor, so sophisticated. I went to Yale. And so I'm so sophisticated. Jared and I are friends, so it's okay. He's not like insulted by it. We've gone shooting together. We've gone to the DC Expo when it's the guns and they're selling all that several times. It's okay. But it's like this persona instead of an outcome that people are choosing. They're like, I don't understand this Jason character. He's like a brash Southerner. What is that all about? He's like a New York Southerner. He's like in your face, and he's like all athletic and everything, and he can fight, and he's got scars on his face, and I don't understand. He says things I don't understand. Doesn't fit into a little box for me. I want everybody in a little box so I can box them up and put them on shelves. Stereotype. It's my stereotype shelf. Time Traveler says here, I have been able to talk to my family members, however vague they are or red-pilled they are, about that conference in Texas that we all went to. So no matter how vague they are, and he's using that properly, we call the people out there that aren't going free or who aren't anti-white, we call them vagues, because sociopolitically they're vague to us. They're definitely, and they very often are vague to themselves. Like, where are they in all of these thoughts? So saying however vague they are is a vague, and they might be very vague. I don't have any opinion on anything. Right? To I'm villainy signaling a little bit or whatever. He was able to talk to every family member, red-pilled or totally vague and everywhere in between, about the conference we went to in Texas. How many of you have attended white sympathetic conferences and then not been able to breathe a word of it to friends and family? How many of you? A lot. I know this already. Sort of a rhetorical question, but you please type it in there. Say, I used to be able to. I went to an Ameren and I told this and I told my friend and they stopped talking to me. Yeah. I've shown, he goes on, several people the photograph we took together saying these are the people I was there with. Quote, they look like good people, close quote, or some variation of that has always been the response. They look like good people. Face to face, I'm not sending it out over the internet. He's saying, look at my phone. Look at this picture. This is us. Oh, they look like good folks. We're ordinary folks, but extraordinary because of our decisions and our feats. He goes on here, quote, yeah, that guy on the end, that's Brant Danger. He's the founder of one of the largest homeschooling networks in the entire world, close quote. This is what he said to these family members. Imagine, then he goes on writing, saying that to your grandmother. Imagine saying that to your grandmother who spent her entire professional career and professional life teaching. Speaking of that, how well do you think that conversation would have gone if I had taken the and tag approach? Hey, Grandma, your dad was the actual villain in World War II, and I live in shame because of him. I feel cursed. Could you imagine the difference there talking to the grandmother? He finishes up with this. I know I've thanked you already, Jason, even in person, but that is the hell you pulled me out of. And I know there's a lot more here with the same story. God bless you for that wonderful testimonial. That is fantastic. Another glorious testimonial for the Go Free method. Irish Christ here writes this. When an anti-white calls you a racist, they're not accusing you of being anti-non-white. This is what I really liked about this comment that he made. They're not accusing you of being anti-non-white. They're expressing deep, fundamental jealousy of Western kind's great achievements and trying to legitimize your harm to whoever is listening because you wisely didn't accept white guilt and behave submissively to their anti-white narrative. That's fantastic. He's nailed the anti-whites right there. If you don't understand that saying racism is literally an act of anti-white violence and that you should aggressively express moral outrage while viciously condemning your victimizer's language as anti-white and evil, the dumb class is just down the hall. So he's not taking any shit off you. When an anti-white says racist, it's an attack on you. It's not about that you feel negatively about non-whites somewhere and that you got to say, well, show me where I've been discriminatory to non-white. No, it's an attack on your existence. He's absolutely right. And then he finishes up with memorize his Irish Christ's 5-point social lynching defense system. Make yourself equal with Norse gods. Very well written, and really like that point, especially at the very beginning. Cool Papa J Magic says here, I used one of Jason's techniques yesterday in a conversation with a non-white co-worker, and I'm telling you, it worked marvelously. These are kind of things that are happening every day for those in service to white well-being using the Go Free method. This doesn't happen anywhere else, not even in conservative circles. They're not like, you know what, I took what Adam Carolla said, and I said that at work, and you know what, the person who normally hates us, they loved us. That doesn't happen. much less the ones where they're like, let me tell you about how much this painter was right. He says this, I will make a long story short and save you all the details. We were having a conversation about white well-being, and it started devolving into a nonsense back and forth about history. R.E. South Africa and the American Indians, etc. I noticed what was happening and stopped the conversation right there and said, quote, I don't want to get into the weeds on this stuff. Whether that history you're talking about actually happened or it didn't, if the conclusions we come to are going to victimize white people today, then it's immoral and I reject it, close quote. Ugh! Ugh! Can you feel that? Oh my God, that is so epic. That is so epic. That is how you take back our destiny. That is how you put an end to our victimization. If these conclusions, whatever you think about what happened, we weren't there. You're going to appeal to your historians. I'll appeal to my historians. You'll appeal to your data. I'll appeal to my data. That's all going to conflict. Whatever happened back then, if the conclusions we're coming to today are going to victimize my people, it is immoral and I reject it. What say you? Holy God. That's totally epic. And here was the non-white guy's response. He actually stopped talking and thought for a second and said, quote, hey, that's actually a good point, close quote. He's a good guy, a black guy. We've had many conversations about race and go free. He doesn't hate us on a conscious level, but he's definitely living in the anti-white narrative. I even told him about this channel. Not sure if he'll check it out or not, but we'll see. Just wanted to report that this is a great way to change the direction of a conversation. That's in the mud. And if you haven't tried it, you should. What another just glorious, cool Papa J magic testimonial. Two real heroes with these testimonials. We have here, local editor writes this. And this is the comment about IQ. And then, how long are we going? Okay, then we still got some good time. So I'll go back to your comments there and we'll take a few more of these. Local editor says this. Listen up, because I've talked about this before and it's relevant. It's one of our problems. He says, you asked approximately 1 hour, 29 minutes, 30 seconds, why people are less intelligent than you. Why is it that people who are less intelligent than you don't listen to you? People who have IQ differences of about 1 standard deviation, 20 points or so, cannot meaningfully communicate. So you're dealing with a lot of people who cannot see that you're pointing out legitimate patterns. To them, it looks like you're connecting random pieces of info just 'cause. Only those closer to you in IQ can see the connections you are describing and the why of the connections, which is necessary in understanding how your approach is so much different and why it's basically the only model that can win. God bless you for writing that. Thank you so very much. It's so very true. And we are all going to have to work together to find a way to communicate down to the new normal for the white race, which I guess is like a 90 IQ. Because there's so many folks that just, as simple as this used to be, the Go Free method used to be much more complicated to understand. And I've understood over the years that intelligence is not taking, and a lot of folks figure this out, is not taking something, it's certainly not taking something that's dumb and making it sound abstruse. That's something that midwits do. And you see it all the time in intellectual circles. They take something that is very midwittery, and then they make it as arcane and as abstruse and inscrutable as they possibly can. And they're like, now look at how bright I am. I've used the most jargon. I've used the weirdest constructions of sentences to communicate that I'm a very intelligent person. No, intelligence is taking that which is complicated and then making it accessible to everyone. And so I've been endeavoring to make it accessible to everyone. I obviously haven't reached the point that it's most accessible, but I guess memes have to do that. There are also prejudices that also close off minds that could understand, but are in a state where they just don't want to quite yet. We have to understand these things, but it's a very meaningful truth. And thank you very much, editor, for pointing that out. Do we have any more guilty pleasures? I like to keep armadillos. I like to pet armadillos and get anthrax. Elaine said that was a good impression of Jared Taylor. Actually, I have not been in Jared's company for quite a long time, and the only encounters have been on interviews. There's been a couple. No, it's been over a year. No, it's been a couple of years. And the only encounters then were on interviews, and you don't get to hear him talk much. But I can do like a great Jared Taylor once I'm around him for about 20, 30 minutes. Joe Hahn says, are you talking about posh people? I don't know at what part we were talking about there. Promethean Kitchen says, guilty pleasure is anything of food, pizza, or Italian in general. Yeah, they make good food. But the food, Italian food, has a way of turning Italian or largely Italian or somewhat Italian women into light bulbs. Sometimes inverted, sometimes right way. I mean, it's like by the mid-20s, certainly by the late 20s, they got to be careful on all the carbs. The Italian food, it's so good. And it's just like, it's like Jabba food. Anime themes. What happened to the screen? The screen leapt again. So is it a games with anime? Or no, was it music? That must have been what it was. Anime, like music. Time Traveler says, you know Ye's law? Now we have I hypocrite law. Use statistics, you lose. Oh no. You use statistics and lose. Lavish says that she has no friends anymore because of her pro-white stance. Well, you can get those who left you. Some will be hardcore anti-white, and you want them gone because they're poisonous. Anybody who would not be okay or endorse the well-being of your people means they're not endorsing your well-being and the people you care about. So you don't want them in your life. There will be other ones who, if you used white negative speech with or whatever, and they moved away, we've had a lot of people who had that happen, and they moved away from you because of the white negative speech. When you speak with them again and you're white positive, they will come back. That's what people see this all the time, because you have the moral stance now when you're using the Go Free method. And you'll be able to, and when you make new friends, and the world is full of infinite people, it would seem with billions, as you make new friends and you're white positive, those people will understand where you're coming from, and you won't have to worry about your well-being and the well-being of the people you love being so objectionable to those people that they would leave. So you're seeing and you're hearing from a lot of people who lost family members but have gained them back because of the Go Free method and being white positive. Ivan was arguing with a white sympathetic person on Twitter. He claimed Bob Whitaker popularized the term anti-white in 98. I told him, you have been saying it since 94. Yeah, unfortunately, there are people, it obviously was not, with all genuine respect to Whitaker and the team that he assembled, did anti-white enter public usage? No, it wasn't there. The big personalities weren't using it. The newspapers weren't using it everywhere like they did. We have pushed anti-white and anti-whiteism, obviously our doing, out everywhere, and we continue to push, and it's growing and gaining steam. I was very grateful when it seemed like it wasn't 98. 2000, and he stuck the word anti-white twice. It's almost like as an afterthought on the end of this long diatribe that they called the mantra. And I had been arguing, as everybody knows, for the use of anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western kind, and etc. And everybody rejecting me, including Jared. And then Bob and his community came out with this mantra. And then along with the mantra, they came out with, what was it now? When you say racism, it's anti-white or something like that. And I wholeheartedly, I was so excited. I championed Bob and that community. I celebrated in all of the white sympathetic communities I was, and I defended them because just as I was rejected for pushing anti-white and anti-whiteism, Western kind, anti-white narrative, on and on, they were being rejected and mocked by a very large part of the white sympathetic sphere. I didn't know any of those people, and I came out to their defense. I argued with people about not slandering them and going after them and everything, and prevented that from happening because I respected them and I respected it. I was very excited. I wanted it to go more. I wanted it to be bigger. It wasn't being adopted, and that was because I think in large part because it was connected to, what's a good way to put this? It was connected to some like quirky other aspects of what they were pushing. For example, the women in the video, they made like 2-3 videos with these women, and they were saying this sentence that I thought was really poorly worded, especially for marketing purposes, where they were like, immigration to all white countries and only white countries. And it sounded like this sort of repetitive, sort of like a strange, and then they were like in these t-shirts, and I was like, wow, this is really hitting the wrong note for normal America, for normal Western civilization. I was still happy that they were doing it, but this is why it just wasn't resonating. People weren't catching on. There was a lot of white negativity in those angles as well. It was like, why isn't that happening in this non-white country? Why isn't it about this non-white country? Why aren't they? Well, who cares? You don't get the anti-whites at you're not being fair. So there were all these things that screwed up the use of anti-white. And then they faded away. Bob eventually died. It lost its momentum actually fairly quickly, regrettably. And I was a big cheerleader for them and what they were doing over in these other larger white sympathetic circles. And it ended rather quickly. And I continued, though, to try to be supported and be given a voice and not be censored by people in the white sympathetic sphere, until finally, when the internet provided a means by which I could get around all the censorship in the white sympathetic sphere, and then only to be hit with the censorship from anti-whites. And since, and a little bit before then, as my approach was more sophisticated, I just needed to find more people to participate. We began reaching bigger and bigger people, and we organized actual groups to target. And you know, all that's going on with the work that we're doing. But what ends up happening is you have people who invested their time and energy in an idea, and oddly in sort of like the persona of Whitaker, and they had this one similarity to all this stuff that we do, and it didn't happen for them, and now they see it happening for us. So it's natural, I guess, to expect that they're going to be like a little jealous. They're going to be like, well, we actually did that. Look, if it had been pushed into usage, then it would have been in usage all this time. And it was not. It was not in usage all this time. It wasn't in the mainstream media. They didn't have any media empires change the pictures that they use on their stories, and on and on and on and on. We can go for all the good that they did, where it comported with my morality, because I don't know all that they did. I don't know all the arguments that they made. What I saw is what I'm speaking to. And so there's like a little bit of we had one element that was of all the picture that you're pushing forward, and we didn't get it to work. And so there's like a little bit of jealousy, and they want to say, oh no, it's because of Jason that, or because of Bob, that Jason now, and they want to just give all this credit to, so they can be close to the guy instead of coming to our community. Just come to our community. Just come to our community and participate in what we're doing, instead of standing on the outside of you're like standing in the snow and you're looking through the window of this nice warm festival in this lodge, and we're throwing this party and it's big success after success, and you want to just stand at the window and say, no, they didn't do that. Come on, just get involved. In fact, I got in this letter here from the mailbag a follower of Bob Community who is now a follower of ours, because her spirit's in the right place. And one of the biggest successes, I'm not going to say who, but like one of the biggest successes of the echo of Bob's community that they say is all theirs, and they did this, was actually done by somebody in our community. So their biggest success was done by somebody here. So it's a kind of sad that they continue to show up. They show up on my bitch shit and in the threads there, and they'll send me there. Jason did nothing. It's like they're going to get me to attack Whitaker or attack the good people who were in, one of his followers. No, I'm not going to do that, because I think if Whitaker were alive today, he would say, holy shit, they are rocking it over there. He wouldn't say they didn't do anything. We did it all. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess you've run into one of those people, one of those jealous people. We call them me-nots. It's just another me-not. And I hope they'll stop being me-nots and come and join us. So many jealous people instead of just joining with what works. Oh man, Ivan saying here that he would send me the links to this person. I've seen it. I was there. I was like, yeah, don't say this other shit. Just say anti-white. Because they were saying a lot of stuff that was just put off-ish to normal white people, and I was celebrating the anti-white. I didn't like all the other stuff. That's why it didn't work. But just the concept anti-white in and of itself is like a fraction of the overall work that we do. They just want to try to steal some thunder because they're jealous me-nots. And I wish these people would stop it. In fact, I'm going to read right now. This person we celebrated last week. This is from the mailbag. And she had gifted last week $50 US. She writes this. Dear Jason, I need to watch you more often, as it is easy for me to slip into extreme negativity when I see the wreckage of my country and civilization, and even its effect on my own grown children. I see yours as an extension of the late, great Whitaker, and heard of you through Horace Tim Murdoch. Horace Tim Murdoch, he's drifting negative too, I think. He had Mark Collett on since the Great Divorce, and I suggested to him that he have you on too, but I never heard back. Anyway, they didn't go into the divorce, and as far as I know, he hasn't said anything about it. It's sharpened the issue for me. Thanks for all you do, and best wishes. God bless this lovely woman. Thank you so much. A great sister. Thank you so much from the mailbag. How apropos. It's kind of like the spirit of the West is with us. Stop just. I celebrated the use of anti-white. I condemned the stupid mantra thing. It was just really stupid. I celebrated the use of anti-white. I liked the girls were lovely, but they should have been in normal clothing. What's the deal with the white shirts and you look like Jim Jones. So I had my criticisms, and I think it's because of those things that it didn't go anywhere. We don't have those hobbling us, those mistakes, and we are going much further. So just join us. Join us. And let's recapture our destiny. Get over this. You can still be a mega fan of Bob's till the end of time. We need to recapture our destiny. You don't have to like me at all. We are succeeding. So get over it. Stop being a me-not. Nancy Drew says, my father used to say that an intelligent person who can break down a difficult concept into ordinary terms that an intelligent person is, that everybody can understand. Precisely. Your dad was right. 100%. Your daddy was sharp. He knew exactly what he was talking about. If you all shared guilty pleasures that you want me to mention or talk about, you have to tag me because I missed it. We're going to keep rolling here. Very quickly, we're going to go through the MC and from the glossary. First, we're going to hit the glossary. From the glossary in Go Free Addition to Iteration 2 says, here we're looking at biospiritual incompatibility. That's what we're supposed to be looking at, right? The irreconcilability of biospiritual expressions among the peoples of man. Biospiritual incompatibility precludes multiracial societies, as biospiritual discomfort is the basis of violent balkanization. So, in my opinion, and those practitioners of the Go Free method, each group of man produces a biospirit, or has a biospirit. You can understand a biospirit as instinct, just like every animal breed of dog, a horse, jackal, whatever it is, has a race and instinct that varies. a race, a breed with an instinct that varies. In the more intelligent the animal, the greater expression of that projection onto the environment. The animal in particular, it can have a soul, a human being, and the environment that it receives creates slightly different hues of a general theme of instinct. This is why everywhere that white people go, they produce Western civilization. There are slightly different hues, but they produce Western civilization. Asian people produce Asian civilization, etc. There isn't a civilization or a projection of instinct, which in its aggregate is called culture, that is inferior or superior to any others. There's no cosmic metric stick. There is only your druthers. Do you prefer to live in an environment that reflects back at you what you feel within? So if you're white, that's Western civilization. If you're Asian, that's Asian civilization, that expression. It is important to know that you do not feel biospiritual discomfort as a consequence of having a numerically diffident non-white people or peoples present. They are modifying their instinct, their behavior, and this is my opinion. I'm not giving you something that's a fact from some science book that the anti-white oligarch regime is going to give you. This is my opinion. You can choose to believe it or not. Does it make sense for you or not? They are, because they're in a state of numerical diffidence, and that you can look up in the Go Free book as well, they are endeavoring to imitate our norms, our expressions. As a consequence, you don't feel biospiritual incompatibility. So I know that there were a few people, apparently a couple months back, who were saying, well, what Jason's saying here, it means that no non-white people can be present. No, that's absolutely wrong. When you end up feeling biospiritual disharmony is when non-white people reach a state of numerical courage, and they begin increasingly to project their normal, natural, healthy instincts onto our environment. They begin changing it so that it more mirrors what they have within. It starts looking different. It might be pretty, whatever it might be. We might think it's interesting, but it's discordant. The same way it's discordant when you go to an Asian country or an Arab country, and you might look at the buildings and think, that's marvelous, but you feel no harmony with it. It doesn't resonate with you. This is the outcome of being an intelligent animal. And you can, and at the same time, believe that we have souls. We're still in an animal body. Biospiritual disharmony, when you have, or biospiritual incompatibility, ultimately states that you cannot have a multiracial society. It's impossible. And when we look at history, at least in my reading, you'll see that this is how it plays out. That when you have numerous, two or more peoples with different biospirits, you then have a cultural arms race, that different biospirits that are in a state of numerical courage, all of the two peoples or more, you then have a cultural arms race. And that the cultural arms race is an expression of instinct on environment. These people want their instinct on the environment. Those people want their instinct on the environment. Those people want their instinct on the environment. It can't last. It's a hostile environment that governments or kingdoms, etc., have had to use extreme tyrannical measures to try to weld together. And in the end, it flies apart so that people can have environments that resonate with them. And that is biospiritual incompatibility. You're welcome. Now we have, finally, the MP, politically world conqueror is, yes, you're the first caller, world conqueror. What time are we at? Oh, we're running out of time. Son of a... politically incorrect is a meme pathogen. Do not use politically incorrect. The MC, the meme curative that we suggest, especially if somebody says it, like a family member says, I'm politically incorrect. I don't believe any of their garbage. You should say to them, oh, no. You are a heretic to anti-whiteism. You are a heretic to anti-whiteism. The commentary I have here is never identify as politically incorrect. Doing so makes you incorrect. And if anybody has questions about that, I can speak at greater length about it. But just think of me as the heart surgeon or brain surgeon that's going to work on your mother. Don't tell me what to do. Just follow what I say to do. If you are a master at working with electricity and you come to my house to work on the fuse box, I'm going to stand back. I know a little bit. I probably know more about working with electricity than you know about dealing with the socio-political situation that we're in. But I'm still not going to offer any advice or instruction to the electrician, right? Jump over here. Gosh darn it, folks. Entropy. Throw your gems at his feet. Scatter the gems at his feet. 07s, 95s for dude, bro, moment. Financially gifting. Again, he just did this the other day. 50 white well-being dollars. I love it. We love dude, bro, moment. What a champion coming in. Pardon me, on this Easter Sunday. God bless you, good brother. You are a true gentleman and hero. You keep showing up. A working man's dollars that he uses to eat and dress and live and medicate. God bless you. Another DB 50. He says, for white well-being and for not drop kicking puppies. Was I talking about the puppy that was doing what? And I said I would drop kick it. Yes, I won't drop kick the puppy. And keep the scattering of the gems at DB50's feet and the throwing of the crowns on his head. Please throw the crown on his head. Let's see some penguins. Let's see some raucous emojis, crazed robots, shamrocks, diamonds, fire, sparks. Dude, bro, moment, $50. First last. Also matching him at 50 white well-being dollars. And first last probably also does not want me to kick puppies. Thank you so much, dear brother. God bless you. No kicking puppies around here. 50 white well-being dollars. Thank you. A true hero. These two guys, they like came in. They came in. It was like Colossus. The wall crumbled and they just walked in. That's awesome. God bless you both. Thank you so much. Keep them going. Keep the raucous emojis going. We're going to have calls here in a moment. Throwing the gems out at the feet. Casting the laurels. Let's get us some fencing. Let's get us some swashbuckling flags and swords going. We have the one and only Cool Papa J Magic 07 for this. This guy has really come in like a hurricane of love. He is a hurricane. That sounds like some like late night radio host, doesn't it? It's your hurricane of love tonight. Cool Papa J Magic, $25. He says, Happy Easter and God bless. Thank you so much. A big happy Easter to you, champion. And keep them going. Raucous emojis going, please. Light your phones up. Light your desktop, your tablets, your silver screens up with the raucous emojis that were still the 07s, 007s, 95s. $25 financial gift from the cool man himself, Artificer. God bless you. Thank you on this Easter Sunday. He says, money for you instead of fetish financiers. Love you all. Thank you for that, brother. I really appreciate that. I really do. You can feel my pain, can't you? You can feel my pain as I look around at like all of these like midwits and maybe uber midwits. Maybe there's some like 110s out there. And they have all these fetish financiers show up and they're like, let me write these big checks. Let me just give you a sinecure. You just do this sinecure for me. You don't have to do little or nothing and they pay you tons. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We also have Art Acrobats is over here with the customary pie, $3.14 financial gift. He says, I find women's track to be more interesting than men's. Well, you know what? There's some truth. There's some truth to that. Do you show up and pay for it and watch it? I've seen some of these athletes. Oh, my golly. My golly. Yes, indeed. Fine looking creatures. Fine looking specimens. Yes, indeed. Bitches, though. Total bitches. They're out there looking for that 10% of the prettiest face guys. So appreciate the flesh in motion like gazelle across, well, not the Serengeti, you know, athwart the Black Forest. The gazelle, well, there's no gazelle there. What can they be? The gray wolf beautifully strides. Appreciate the flesh in motion. But no more than that, my friend. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate everybody's champs. Olrag says, if you work in a heavily non-white area and are occasionally involved in conversations where politics come up, do you view it as wrong to sparsely use MPs so long as it can lead to, and then you're going to say some more. I'm going to guess that lead to some use of MCs. It really depends on the people you're talking with. If you know the person or people that you are speaking to and with, we got to make these calls. Then, and you think, hey, this will work, then go for it. Otherwise, I would not use MPs. You've got specific cases to identify with. Hey, I'm like at pace with you, but then take them someplace else. That, yes. We have, where's Olivia Key been, by the way? Yiz picnic on the 15th. Yiz show tomorrow, Discordant Dragons at 6. Is Fornell doing his show at 8? He did the show for last week. I didn't get a chance to say it. Let's get to these phone calls really quickly. And our first is to World Conqueror. He's going to have 5 minutes. Here goes the call.
Hello?
Hey, brother, how you doing, man? What's on your mind? You got 5 minutes.
So, something I was going to talk about is a way to spread activism. And I don't know if you've heard of Truth Social, but it was basically a platform made by Trump that kind of bombed, and he lost a lot of money on it. But I think there's still a somewhat decent amount of people who use it, and not many, obviously, but there's some people who use it. And one thing I noticed is that with the hashtags, there usually isn't that much trending on the hashtags. And so it would be very helpful if, anyone just created an account and used hashtag anti-white, hashtag anti-whiteism 3 times a day or something.
Yeah.
Just saying anything random.
Yeah.
And also, if you have a VPN, it might not work. So just a warning, that app might be like a data mining thing. So if you don't want to use it, you don't have to, but it would be very helpful. Because I feel like we could sort of make it an echo chamber, if that makes sense. And we get enough people on there to sort of push the lexicon.
I think that's a great idea, brother. I'm not on Truth Social. I have Android. Can you be on Truth Social with Android?
I actually don't know. You might be able to be on Truth Social on computer. I actually need to look into that. I'll figure that out.
Okay, yeah. If it can't be on Android phones, then what about regular Windows desktops? Because I can operate it from my desktop if I'm allowed to use it from the desktop. So either or.
Oh, okay. I'll check and see if that's the case.
All right.
And I'll tell you.
Well, let's do. Yeah, I like the idea of getting over there. there are obviously going to be a lot of good folks over there. It's not going to be crowded with a bunch of anti-whites. So these are people who will be increasingly, we hope, interested and amenable to the Go Free method and the concepts that we're using. And we get them start using that over there at Truth Social, that can become really powerful. I like the idea, brother.
Thanks. That was all I was going to say.
All right, man. Well, it's great to talk with you. And anytime you want to call in and have something to say, let me know and we'll call you right away.
Okay, have a great day. Happy Easter, Promethean Hails.
Happy Easter, Promethean Hails to you, good brother. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Wow, wasn't that cool? World Conqueror coming in. Now, we know we have Mr. V. Is there anybody else? It's 9:15, so the calls are not going to be terribly long. Let me check really quickly. We have Diamond. Looks like 1 diamond. Spartan gave me 1 diamond over there. Cryptocurrency on D Live. God bless you for that, brother. He says, are you familiar with the Whitney Webb? Are you familiar with is it Whitney Webb and her books? No. Please tell me over there in the chat who Whitney Webb is and what her books are. Could I have her on? Does she want to have me on? Could we have something going on there? And let's see. Doesn't look like we have any financial gifts or tags for me over there. Wait. The new anchor woman is from South Africa, but I get the feeling she's very rich. There must be something going on there. Expats from there rarely, if ever, speak on it. Could be shame or just their shills. So it's actually the anchor that he was talking about earlier. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. Potato chips. This is said by a person who just loves Jewish people. Says potato chips and French fries are too delicious to quit. Oh, yeah. I know it's tough, my man. Wing It says breast milk from white women makes the best fettuccine Alfredo. Oh my gosh. No, thanks. No, thanks. All right, we're going to be calling Mr. V in a moment, the great Mr. V, so we can give him ample time. Let me see what you all are saying. Make sure we didn't miss anybody over here. I also want to say, hey, where's Olivia Key? Have her make some more songs. We need some more Olivia Key, don't we? What's going on? Content creators to follow. We have Andre Moisejev. Everybody that I'm going to say is on YouTube, but I'll give you another place to go as well. Andre Moisejev on YouTube. White People Press, whitepeoplepress.com, although we're still trying to get in touch with them. Westman Media, also on Odyssey. School of the West, also at schoolofthewest.world. Discordant Dragons, of course, that's Yiz. Dragon Synth Adventures, that's for Null. Look these people up, and mods, you could share their links. WesternKindGames.com as well for the great for Null. No White Guilt Clips on YouTube, and he's on other platforms as well, Twitter as well. Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter, also on finalblossom.substack.com. Lovely Porridge on YouTube. You can find him at Ruination Media, but now he calls it Jubilation Media, but type in Ruination Media to bring him up. Final Blossom on YouTube, type in Final Blossom. Alternative Voices Portal, also on Odyssey. Imminent Rain's channel. Make sure you follow Imminent Rain. We want everybody over there on his channel for the debut on the 30th. We will be live at the same time. Biospirit of the West. Now, I don't know, is that Cora still going? We've got to make sure that that's still going. If there is another content creator, those who are close to me, if there's another content creator that I should be mentioning when I mention content creators, please tell me. Because I want to mention everybody. If there's somebody not getting mentioned, it's not because I don't want them mentioned. It's because somehow I'm not remembering or I'm thinking that I'm mentioning them and I'm not. So let me know. Thank you. God bless you. And we have, okay, let me look over here, make sure we didn't miss anybody. I'm going to look back at your comments. Okay, we're still good there. We're going to be calling Mr. V in just another minute. Thank you all for the raucous emojis, the celebrating. It's very important. It's not a little important. We have to celebrate our victories. We have to celebrate our successes, like we're crack right from the ghetto. We're crack fiends right from the credo. And we're just like, wow, give me some crack. That's what we have to be like when we celebrate each other. Wow, give me some crack. Oreg says, if you work in a heavy, okay, that's Papa J Magic. I said my guilty pleasure was watching shows like, what is that, Murray and Jeremy Kyle. It's been some years, but I used to binge and kill my IQ with that sometimes. That's a pretty bad one. Oh boy, yeah. Don't kill your IQ. That's the one thing you need for sure. Don't kill that. A basic understanding and later use the MCs. Okay, so Olrak finished up here with what I was anticipating, then yes. But don't like use it as an excuse to go everywhere first. Like, don't use that as a crutch. Know that you're going to need to pace, which is what that's called. Pace a specific person before using MCs. The reason why is it's much more effective to use MCs as though the people you're talking to already know that they are the case. You just say it confidently. Yeah, it's crazy that these people think these anti-white things these days. And that's it. You say it, everybody knows it. If that person that you want to communicate, everybody knows it. And then that person thinks, does everybody know it? And it's the phenomenon of asses in the seats. Art Acrobat says he's serious. He's not perving on track, women's track. It's excellent right now. Not me. Like I perv. Like I don't care who wins. I don't even watch, the whole race. I'm like, when are they going to zoom in? I'm all man, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing. I am not afraid to admit that. I'm proud to admit that. I'm absolutely proud to admit that. All 100% man. Now, if I were in charge of women's track, I would have everybody watching women's track. Everyone would watch it. They would care about who won, or maybe mildly, but everybody would be watching it. Now, as it is with any sport, you can get into it and get to know the competitors and then become personally involved. You find a competitor you like, you want to see them win. And so that can happen even for female track. Just don't also watch male track, because that will ruin it. I like women figure skaters better than imaginary men. The one sport where real women are better than the imposters. Oh yeah, without question. Figure skating, the women are far more graceful. Men will be able to do those bigger, like quadruple lutz or whatever it's called, because of their superior strength. But women have a lower center of gravity. So it's just like magic, like on the ice. But where women and men are identical? Shooting. Women can be every bit as good at shooting. That's a reality. All right, we're going to be calling Mr. V. Art Acrobat says they're beautiful. And, okay, let's go. Here we go, Mr. V.
Hello, sir.
Mr. V, great to talk with you on this Sunday. Promethean Hails, and you got 5 minutes. It's all yours.
Awesome, brother. Great to talk with you. You were talking about, the content creators and people from the community to mention and do a champion spotlight on. So I would like to highlight RC.
Okay. Yeah.
Because he came out with a really awesome song.
Yeah, check it out, folks. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, on Friday, check out RC the Realist on YouTube. He just keeps coming out with bangers, just absolute bangers. I was listening to some of his music the other night, and I'm like, God damn, this guy's made so many great songs.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, the amount of money we would have to pay this guy.
Oh, if you had to pay for it, yep.
Yeah, like it's insane. So much talent, and of course, Imminent Rain and The Legend of Prometheus is coming out on April 30th. Get excited for that, folks. Make sure that you plan on buying the album. This is huge. We got to make this one really big. Got to make sure this is a big launch. And the other person I would highlight, of course, he doesn't have a YouTube channel, but you can find his work on itch.io by searching for Blood and Thunder. It is a tabletop role-playing game about piracy. And of course, I'm talking about Anders Nelson. He has his tabletop RPG called Blood and Thunder. Look for that on itch.io. Search Blood and Thunder and get that. He's put so much research into this. It's amazing. And if you don't know what a tabletop RPG is, it's the white man's way of gaming.
Yes.
It is the white man's way of gaming. You're using your imagination. You're using your brain. It's endless. Yeah. If you only had $10 and you had to buy your kid a game, you would buy him some dice and you would buy him a tabletop role-playing game, and that would suit him quite well.
Yeah.
You know, so, and he's including concepts from White Wellbeing and from Go Free into his RPG. The art is all done by white artists in the public domain. He's done so much research. It's amazing. So check out Blood and Thunder, itch.io, type in Blood and Thunder, and get yourself a copy of that, because Andrews is going around, you know, meeting up with people, trying to bring the community from online to in person. So he's doing great there. Put some, you know, gas money in his pocket. Yeah. Help him out. Yeah. And I've bought it before too. So I'm not telling you to do something I haven't done, you know. Oh, one more thing. Victorian Time Traveler, you emailed me. Please check your email, your GFC email, because I responded to you there. So other thing, brother, we're continuing with Prometheus Rising.
Nice.
So we just read some more of Prometheus Rising today. And every time we read it, you know, we've been finding some amazing things about Prometheus Rising lately. And this is what I mean. I don't know how much you know. I don't know how much of it is, you know, your subconscious, biospirit, the biospirit coming through. Patrick's been finding some stuff with Old English. I've been finding some things. It's just, it's incredible. Like, just like Axis found, you know, things that link Prometheus Rising to the greater biospirituality and biospiritual tradition of our people. So, you know, once again, the concept of biospirit, I think it's very real. I think it's very real. And I think it definitely comes through. And some people would call it, oh, that's just ancestral memory. I don't care how people frame it. It's very much real, you know?
Yeah.
And it definitely comes through. So Prometheus Rising has some amazing lessons. We encourage people to read Prometheus Rising. You know, we continue to do Go Free training. We had the Go Free training for the Promethean chat yesterday. But then after we do Go Free, we're going to do Prometheus Rising, just like we're doing for Book Club now. Second time we're doing it with Book Club.
Nice.
Right? Because it has to be reviewed. So don't forget, Prometheus Rising is part of the practice. If you've never read Prometheus Rising, don't give me this excuse of, oh, I don't like that genre. Don't give me that crap. Read the book. Okay? Read the book.
Yep.
Buy it. It's very cheap. Give it a read. So we're finding some amazing things. So I'll just leave it there by encouraging folks to read Prometheus Rising. And hey, if you buy Prometheus Rising now, by the time April 30th comes around, if you've read it by then, you can get Imminent Rain's album and you can understand the references and what he's talking about in the lyrics to the album. And the album will make sense to you, and you'll understand why it's a concept album and why it works.
Yeah.
You know, I've been watching metal bands do concept albums. I've been into metal for a long time, since I was a kid. I've been watching metal bands do concept albums for a long time. Iron Maiden, Cradle of Filth, Moonspell, all these bands doing, Iced Earth, doing concept albums. We would also have to pay Imminent Rain a buttload of money to get him to do a concept album if he wasn't doing it for free, because he's a champion. Yeah. So let's make sure that we also support him on April 30th by getting a copy of the album. And I'll just leave it there, brother.
All right, brother. We love you. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails, brother. Thank you for everything you do. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That's the one and only Mr. V, and a big thank you, debt of gratitude to Mr. V for all that he does in service to white well-being as we count down the final seconds of this gathering on this Easter Sunday, once it happens a year. And we're going to launch here from this weekend to the rest of this week, and it's going to be amazing. We're going to do glorious things because you are going to do glorious things. Honor everybody who has already sacrificed with your efforts, with your duty. I will see you out there. The day will come when you and I will look side by side at each other, and we're going to be there in the Hall of Heroes. I'm waiting. Let's do this. I love you. Let's go free.